the ball will swing for the first 12 overs. I would take my chances. Once I put a total on this wicket, I think, you know, in the evening, it's always more helpful for the bowling team. And also the pressure of the final, the pressure of the crowd, of the run chase, I would definitely bat first.
Well, thank you very much, Imran.
Because I've got a sneaking suspicion that he knows that every side that's batted first in World Cup cricket has won. That's probably why he said that. Well, let's go to Ian Chappell. He's with the captains.
Mr. Referee, you're happy? Okay. Righto. Arjuna, you're going to toss?
Tails. Here it is. We'll have a ball first. The gun. Yes.
Arjuna, reason for bowling first?
Yeah, and we have been doing very well chasing, so we thought we should stick to the same plan.
Right. Not worried about the pitch breaking up a little bit?
Not really. I thought that we have enough batting to cope up with it. I thought that if we can get the maximum with the two fast bowlers we have with these particular conditions, I think we can, early couple of wickets, I think we can have a very good game.
Yeah. Expecting it to perhaps swing a little bit early on?
Especially in the first couple of hours.
Yeah. And Joseph, he had a bit of a throat problem. Everything okay now?
Yes, everyone is perfectly fit.
All right. And confident?
Very much.
Okay. And you've got some good support here. You've got quite a few people have flown over.
That's right, yes. There are a lot of Sri Lankans in the ground today.
Good luck then, mate.
Thanks a lot.
Mark, not unhappy about batting first, I guess?
Oh, no, I would have batted first, but as Arjuna said, I think it'll be a good wicket for the entire game, and no real advantage in the toss, I don't think.
Yeah. And everyone fully fit?
Everyone's ready to go, yeah, looking forward to the game. Good atmosphere, wicket looks very good, should be a good game.
Any thoughts about the pitch at all, what it might do?
It looks pretty good, as I said to me. It looks a little on the slow side, but it looks very even. And as I said, I think it'll be pretty good for the 100 overs.
Yeah. And a little bit of turn there, perhaps with Shane later on?
That'd be nice. I'd like to see it to go that way, but I said we'll have to wait and see. But as I said, it looks like a pretty good wicket.
Have you spoken to the locals about the dew they reckon gets on the ground later on in the evening?
Yeah, well, there might be some dew later on. I think there's a bit of moisture in the outfield now, so I think it'll be the same for both sides. So I think the better team will probably win the game.
All right then, and confident? The team's confident?
Oh yeah, we're confident. So as I said, it should be a good game.
Okay, good luck then.
Thanks,
Well, there we are. Arjuna Ranatunga has won the toss, and sticking to his plan that's been so good for Sri Lanka, he's decided to chase.
Flying in the face of history, though, and have a look at the scenes out there. The tension's building. The national anthem of Sri Lanka is just being played at the moment. They've played the national anthem of Pakistan and Australia, and a lot of tension out there. It's the Sri Lankan side. Great atmosphere here, the cheers beginning to go ready. Well, let's have a look at the teams. There they are, the Australian team that served them so well. Mark Taylor, who's been such a tremendous captain for this side, and whose performance in that semi-final was just absolutely extraordinary. Mark Waugh, he's had a great time too. Superb player he is. Ricky Ponting, the young up-and-coming star of Australia, plays those pull shots and cut shots so well. Steve Waugh, well, he's the lionheart in the side, one of the thinkers. Stuart Law and Michael Bevan saved the day for Australia in the semi-final. Ian Healy, ever consistent with the gloves and indeed with the bat. And then the bowlers. Paul Rifle also swings it around. He might make hay while the clouds are around today. Shane Warne, well, you heard Imran. He thought that he'd spin the ball today, one of the few that would. Damon Fleming, he's done very good for Australia when he's been given the chance. And Glenn McGrath, while he's had a bit of a tough time lately, came to the party when it matters in the semi-final. So that Australian lineup, a good one. This is the very effervescent and exciting Sri Lankan team. Those openers, they are fantastic. Jayasuriya, Lou with Horner. They'll and have done and will continue to give bowlers a dreadful nightmares. The Sanka Gurusingha at number 3. Aravinda de Silva probably has played the best knock in this World Cup so far in the semi-final. Ranatunga has done well as captain, a lot of experience. Tilakaratna and Mahanama coming in right down to number 7. Dharamasena, the off-spinner, he can bat and bowl a bit. Chaminda Vas has got runs when it mattered. And, of course, little Muthaya Muralidharan and Pramadaya Vikramasinghe making up the 11 in that Sri Lankan side. So a good side there too. They're the underdogs, that Sri Lankan outfit, but that's not going to worry them too much. They've come to the party in the past when the going's been tough. Well, I think we really are in for a great game of cricket here, and I think with that outfield looking the way it is, we're going to see a big score. We'll be back here in just a moment. Well, the scenes here at Gaddafi Stadium, very interesting. A lot of support for both sides. Actually, quite a lot of Australians have come to watch this fantastic World Cups, these scenes here. And, of course, the Sri Lankans have come up from down south in big numbers as well. They're very excited about this. And they seem to be having a ball out there. And meanwhile, outside the ground, it's still all happening as well. They're absolutely pouring into the stadium here. They're talking about 6,000 or 7,000 police, and I can tell you, you can see that it was pretty damp out here this morning. Even a suggestion at one stage play might be delayed. So that's the scene out there in the ground now. We're 15 minutes away from the start of this 1996 World Cup final. So there it is, the countdown has started. So it's pretty exciting outside the ground, inside the ground. The crowd is building up, and I've got Richie Benno with me. Richie, fantastic scenes here, first of all, and also your thoughts on the bowling of these two sides in this match.
Well, I think the bowlers will be the key to the whole thing. The problem the batsmen will have is that it's a pretty good batting pitch, but there could be some swing, as was prefaced a little earlier. The Sri Lankan side They have Chaminda Vaas, who I have a very high opinion of. I think he's absolutely brilliant as a bowler. He's come on leaps and bounds on the Australian tour. He's bowled very well over here as well. Then Vikramasinghe, he's steady and will swing the ball if there's any movement available. Muralidharan, the off-spinner, will turn it anywhere. He turns the ball more than any other spinner in the world. And Dharamasena is there as well with Ranatunga to bowl medium pace. And don't forget Jayasuriya. Jayasuriya did very well in that match against India the other evening. And I think he could be a very valuable man for Ranatunga here. Now, the Australians came back from nowhere in Chandigarh against the West Indies. And that was in the main due to brilliant captaincy from Mark Taylor and also some excellent bowling. Glenn McGrath, he hadn't been having all that good a time every match, every way he was going through his 10 overs, but Taylor entrusted him with the job of bowling the last 7 from one end in Chandigarh, and he was brilliant. So too Fleming, who will probably bowl the last overs here in this match here, the final, and Shane Warne, who has a damaged spinning finger, but is showing great courage in coming through and bowling extremely well, as was the case in Mohali the other evening. And then the Steve Waugh, who I expect to do quite a bit of bowling out there, and Mark Waugh, the off-spinner. So there are plenty of options there, and I still think that the key to the game will lie with the bowlers.
There certainly has been the case at that last game, Richie. The one thing that really impressed me was Taylor's holding back of the mighty Waugh, and that must have been very tempting to get him back in. Do you think he'll do that again today, or is it a case of really depending on what happens?
Absolutely dependent on the circumstances. That took an enormous amount of courage the other night to hold back Warne. Also to bowl McGrath, because Glenn has been bowling some wonderful overs and some not quite so good. They've been going for plenty, and I think Taylor is absolutely right. It's a matter of judgment anyway. Sometimes you have a bit of good fortune. He may have had a little of that the other night, but it was great captaincy as well. And to hold back Warne, to use him at the right time, good stuff.
Thanks, Richie. Well, some interesting thoughts there on the bowlers and the effects that they're going to have. Now, we've got Ian Chappell, and with him is Sunil Gavaskar, and they're going to talk about the batting.
Thank you very much, Tony. Sonny, Arjuna Ranatunga's won the toss, and he's handed, I think, a bit of an advantage to Australia by batting second. What about the Sri Lankan batting?
Well, the Sri Lankan batting is obviously the strength of the team, and that's why I think Arjuna Ranatunga has opted to chase. Even in the semi-finals, when I talked to him after the toss, and he said that he would have also fielded, and because he believes that his team can chase any score. And they have in Kaluvitharna and Jayasuriya the kind of opening pair that can get going straight away. But I think the man that not too many people are talking about, but perhaps now after the semi-finals, people will take a lot more notice of him, is Aravinda De Silva. And of course, Hashan Tilakratne coming down the order at number 6 is a very, very useful player to have. And Ranatunga is probably what I would call the left-handed Javed Miandad, in the sense that, he nudges and pushes the ball around for 1s and 2s, and he's capable of rotating the strike. So the Sri Lankan batting, I think, is going to be their main strength.
All right. Aravinda, beware of those short blokes, eh?
Yes, that's right, I think. Because as Sir Don Bradman said once, it's the big blokes who have the power, but the short blokes have the footwork.
Well, that's the Sri Lankan side of the batting. For Australia, I think that Mark Waugh is very, very important. If Mark Waugh stays there, then Australia will get a very big score, and that'll be tough for Sri Lanka to chase. And what happens if Mark Waugh stays there for a couple of overs, then Mark Taylor then feels that I think he feels a bit confident enough to start really attacking the bowling and setting the pattern for the rest of the players. Mark Waugh is the sort of batsman who he doesn't take a lot of risks, and he scores very quickly. So he's the sort of bloke, he's playing a sheet anchor role, and yet he's doing it very aggressively. He's likely to score 130, 140 if he stays right through the innings. So Mark Waugh is an important man for Australia. That means that Chaminda Vaas, who bowls well to Mark Waugh, is an important man for Sri Lanka. The thing about Australia is, if Mark Waugh does go early, they've still got plenty of batting, and they can get out of trouble, as we saw against the West Indies. They can still post a competitive score if Mark Waugh does go early. But if Mark Waugh stays for a long time, then Australia will set a very stiff target. Back to you, Tony.
Thanks, Ian, and some interesting thoughts there from Sunil Gavaskar and Ian Chappell on the batting, and the scene here absolutely fantastic looking down the pitch. We'll be back at this very exciting Gaddafi ground in just a moment.
Yeah, I think whoever we would have been playing, there would have been a bit of edge against the final of the World Cup, and I think especially playing Sri Lanka, and there's been a few little things happen in Australia, whether, if they want to make a big deal out of it, it's up to them. But I just think that it's going to be a very interesting game, and I think it'll be a real hard-fought game, and hopefully the best team wins, and hopefully that's us.
Playing World Cup final, I think that's a great achievement for Sri Lanka cricket and also for the boys and for Sri Lanka in whole, because what I feel is that we should just continue the way we've been playing, and I'm sure we'll come out best if we perform the way we've been performing all these days.
The final of the 1996 World Cup takes place in Lahore, the capital of the Punjab province. It has always been the cultural, artistic and intellectual centre of Pakistan, with many beautiful palaces and gardens. Building here. One of the guys that hasn't got the opportunity to play in this match is Michael Slater. Unlucky, he's a very exciting cricketer. He's with Ian Chappell.
Thank you very much, Tony. Michael, you've, unfortunately for you, been sitting on the sidelines. You've had an opportunity to look at the team leading up to this final. How's the feeling within the team?
Obviously pretty tense in the dressing room at the moment. We're obviously very pumped also because we've made the World Cup final, and the guys, Mark Waugh, Mark Taylor, are looking forward to getting out in the middle, getting the first one in the middle of the bat, and hopefully we can post a big total.
Has there been anything different in the build up to this final than what you normally do?
No, not at all. I mean, we're just taking it as another game. Obviously, because it's a World Cup final, the guys get naturally, adrenaline's flowing, and you get naturally pumped because of that. But our preparation's been exactly the same as all the other games we've played. You know, we've had a very good tournament so far, only losing the one game against the West Indies. And, you know, why change the planning when everything's gone well so far?
And what about the dressing room the other night with that West Indies game? Was it a bit tense in the dressing room at the finish?
It sure was, and I think more tense for the guys sitting out, myself and Shane Lee and Jason Gillespie. I mean, we were there mixing drinks with them the whole time, running out the snakes to get the energy going, which are lollies if you don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, I kept running out every wicket because I was 12th man while we were fielding, and they told me not to come out again because I was too pumped running out, and they're trying to cool themselves down. But the scene in the dressing room afterwards was just amazing to got out of jail the way we did, and you know, we just kept at the task. It was great fun.
All right, thanks very much for talking to us, Michael. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you, Ian. Well, he was talking about that match, the West Indies versus Australia. Now, over the years, there have been some great one-day internationals. That's one of the best that I've ever seen. Just pause on this for a second. The West Indies needed 208 to win. One stage, they were 165 for 2 and coasting it, really. 43 runs required, 53 balls to go, and 8 wickets in hand. Then this happened.
Chance at mid-on, and it's taken. So Chandapal has succumbed. The Australians aren't quite dead yet.
Oh, he's given him. He's given him. Oh, there's a big appeal, and he's given him. Yes, he's gone out, caught behind. Oh, big appeal there for LBW. He's got him. He's given out LBW. Warner struck again. Got him, caught behind. Yes, he's had a go. That's it, caught behind. Taken by Healy. Oh, he's got him. He's got to be out. Yes, he's got LBW to the flipper. Well bowled, Shane Warne. He's got an inside edge on that one. Here comes the throw. He's at the start. He's gone all right. Don't worry about that. That's all over. Bowled him. Yes, he's up with it. Fleming has bowled him out. This is a sensational victory to Australia. Don't think I could stand another one of those, but I hope we have one. Perhaps we're going to have a final like that tonight. Wouldn't that be fantastic? Well, this ground is set for the scene here, and one of the things about it is that the lights are being used here in Lahore for the first time. Never been used before. People have actually been driving around this ground at night just looking at these lights. They really are quite imposing. There's 6 of those huge towers out there, and it really is a fantastic scene. We've got a camera high up in one of those light towers. There it is. That'll be bringing you pictures of this ground, and those pictures will look something like this. Yeah, have a look at the scene there. This is a big stadium, a lot of playing area down there. That'll be one of the problems for the spinners, because the batsmen quite like a lot of room to play with, rather like Melbourne and Sydney. So lights for the first time in Lahore. And of course the crowd really has built up now, and the tension one can almost feel growing. You can spare a thought for the players, they'll be nice and tense. But this crowd, and the other interesting aspect is going to be interesting to see who the Pakistanis get behind here. All sorts of theories about the Pakistanis and who they will support. That'll sort of unfold, I think, as the game goes on. One thing is for sure, there are going to be some great scenes here today. Well, there we are. Great scene, ready for a great World Cup final. In the commentary box, it's going to be Richie Benaud, and with him, Sonny Gavaskar.
Thank you, Tony. Afternoon and evening, everyone, wherever you might be around the world. And the men on your screen at the moment, David Shepherd on the right-hand side, and Steve Buckner. David Shepherd from England, Steve Buckner from the West Indies, 2 highly respected umpires in charge of this match, the match of the tournament. After all the struggles and brilliance and despair of the preliminary rounds and the quarters and the semis, we now have Sri Lanka and Australia representing the cricket world in the final of this World Cup. Good afternoon, Sonny Gavaskar.
Good afternoon, Richie. Good afternoon and good evening to viewers all over the world. Yes, this is the finals of the World Cup. The Sri Lankans have ignored the history, one may call it that, because the teams batting first in all the previous finals have gone on to win the World Cup, but the Sri Lankans have ignored that, and on winning the toss they have opted to field. Will they regret their decision in much the same manner that the Indian captain Mohammad Azharuddin did in the first semi-finals? We'll just have to wait and see. They certainly seem to be a lot more confident. That's the Australian opening pair. Mark Waugh, Mark Taylor, they've given their sides very good starts. Mark Taylor played such a brilliant innings against India at Mumbai, and Mark Waugh has been in tremendous form right throughout this competition.
They're two very experienced players, but you can take my word for it that even so, there will be all sorts of fluttering nerves there. It's not just a question of it being the last match of the series, it's the final. They've got this far, and there'll be heartbeats going at a slightly faster rate out there. No matter how many times you've played in big matches, it's still the same. I suppose when that doesn't happen, it's time to give it away. But at the moment, we have Taylor and Mark Waugh about to face Vikramasinghe and Chaminda Vaas. Two bowlers who've done very well for Sri Lanka in this competition. Chaminda Vaas, I think, is very good. He's had a few sessions with Dennis Lillee, straightening out one or two things. That has benefited him, but he's a good natural pace bowler. And Mark Taylor will be facing the first ball. Has had quite a good series, India 59 and Zimbabwe 34, but not quite as good as the man at the other end, Mark Waugh. Mark Waugh missed out against West Indies in that very exciting game at Chandigarh. Tendulkar, Lara, Mark Waugh have been the three stars as far as the batting goes. And his career in limited overs internationals pushing up towards 4,000 runs. 130, 126, 110, and all of them very, very good innings. First ball of the World Cup final. Modja Vikramasinghe. He's a fast medium, I suppose. I've seen him bowl in quite sharp fashion out in Australia. Depends a little bit on the pitch, but I had the feeling when I had a look at the strip that there'll be a bit of pace and bounce there, a bit more than on some of the other pitches we've seen.
Sanat Jayasuriya just declared as the most valuable player of the Wills World Cup, who won a car for his effort.
Just a reminder that this is a 50 overs a side match. Maximum of 10 overs for any one bowler. There was a threat of a delayed start today, but fortunately the rain has held off. It's just a little gloomy looking at the moment. That'll give us an idea of the pace of the outfield. The rope is in well away from the hoardings. Oh, that didn't look bad.
Well, a good effort, but perhaps Asanka Kurusena left it till the very end, wasn't able to get the ball back within the boundary. And Mark Taylor, who played so positively against the Indians and against Zimbabwe, once again playing a very, very positive shot. That foot right to the pitch of the ball, and the bat coming through very nicely.
Right-hand, left-hand combination poses problems for bowlers. Doesn't matter how good they are, they just have to change their line and sometimes their length as well. And these two have done the job, not just in these matches, but Also another matches for Australia. Just finding it a little bit disconcerting for the bowlers. 6 from that first over. Australia on their way. Was pointing out that this is the first time they've played under lights on this ground, and it's certainly a change from the ground I saw here so many years ago. It's a very nice stadium now, not too big, but it'll hold, I reckon they could push it and get 40,000 in. Khan was saying, when he was talking with Ravi Shastri out in the centre, that he thought there'd be a bit of swing there. Well, if anyone's going to swing the ball, it'll be Shaminder Vas, who's turned in some excellent performances in this competition.
He's also used the angle to bowl across to the right-hander very well, kept the batsman guessing.
Perfectly illustrated with that ball. He speared it across and had the batsman playing away through gully. They've always been difficult, these left-armers, over the wicket to right-handers. Some of them cut the ball away, some of them actually swing it away, which is difficult to do. But they certainly pose problems. Some batsmen of international standard have even had to change their batting styles to accommodate them.
There is that natural outswinger that the left-hander bowls. That's the one that right-handers find more difficult to look out for, particularly if the bowler is angling the ball away. They have to think about whether to leave that ball or whether it will nip back in.
In the first 15 overs, only 2 men are allowed outside that fielding circle, and in this case it's a man down at deep third man, another one at deep fine leg, fairly wide. He's around about 45 degrees, and the man at deep third man is in the line of where a normal gully would be. Taylor's in form with both the cover drive and the pull shot.
Well, Taylor has obviously got a hang of the wicket very quickly, because while the earlier over saw him play the drive, this time he's picked the bounce very early and pulled it away for a boundary. It's very important for batsmen to get a measure of the wicket very quickly. Taylor seems to have done that in 2 overs.
Take the single there, and that takes it along to 12 for no wicket, 2 overs gone. For the Australians, Ricky Ponting, Steve Waugh, then Stuart Law and Michael Bevan, each of whom played in such splendid fashion in Chandigarh the other evening. And Shane Warne, Paul Rifle, then Fleming and McGrath. Says Vikramasinghe.
Vikramasinghe already finding a bit of a problem trying to get his line right. He's bowling at the left-hander's pads, which would be just the right line for the right-hander.
Talk about the partnerships these two have shared, Mark Waugh and Mark Taylor. They've actually opened 15 times, which is not many when you consider the number of limited overs internationals played. But they average just under 50 for each of their partnerships, which is pretty good going. 3 centuries, and their best 189 against this same side in Perth. Sri Lankan skipper. And in this World Cup, they've been 5 times together. Average is not as good, it's around 31. The best they did was 83 against Kenya, but very, very purposeful and good-looking pair of opening batsmen. Tunga is taking a bit of a gamble here in the Australians' first use of what looks to be a very good batting pitch, although it's unlikely to deteriorate. Singh, the man, will be batting at number 3 for Sri Lanka in the foreground. The history of World Cup finals is that the side batting first has won each of them, going back to 1975. The gambling instincts have taken over, but still, Ranatunga's gambled with lots of things so far in this World Cup, and they've come off.
This is the one gamble that he would want to come off, Rishi. This is the finals. And of course, Ranatunga has got very good reasons to try and chase. He's got a tremendous batting lineup.
15 for no wicket after 3. Need something in excess of 250. It's unlikely any moisture's got on the pitch from the rain, so it's probably the pitch is so hard that brought about Taylor slipping.
This Taylor is perhaps batting without any spikes. A lot of batsmen tend to use spikes only in the front of their boots, not at the heels.
Swinging mood. It's all good enthusiasm and cheering what hopefully will be a very, very good final. Both these teams have played wonderfully well in different ways to get to this day. A bit high, but it's worth a little clearing of the throat at this stage. Take a few of the nerves away.
Also distract the batsman's attention from going for a leg by. But yes, it was a bit high. Taylor is now trying to work the ball away. He's got 2 boundaries, so he thinks that he can take the initiative now. Try and score as many as possible. Not too many dot balls.
Talking about the captains who have decided to bat or field in previous World Cups. That's the way the results have gone. The very first one at Lord's, West Indies beat Australia in what was one of the great games you could ever see. And in 1979, West Indies won again, but India downed them in 1983 at Lord's in what was a very good match. India played brilliant cricket there. Then Australia won here Winning at Eden Gardens in 1987. Pakistan won at the MCG in 1992. Always nice to look back on those scores in previous cup finals. That one at Lord's was one of the longest games ever. Still exciting at the end with crowd rushing on, Thompson and Lilly batting to try to run at 12 where none existed. And that's the way they've all happened up to this one. That outfield is quite fast, no problems there. It's 17 for no wicket.
And the Australians have got off to a good start. Mark Taylor looking the more confident, but then he's had more of the strike. Mark Waugh generally starts very slowly, but then his strokes start flowing once he gets his eye in.
The 3 boundaries that have been hit, a very good indication that this could be a high-scoring game if the players play to their potential and to the way the pitch looks.
Yes, it does look like a very good batting wicket. The pace is there, and there's a lot of even bounce as well, and which will only mean that there's going to be a lot of hard work for the bowlers. They really won't get much help from this wicket. And if the batsman has to get out, it'll be only because he's over-ambitious.
Not only does the outfield look fast and relatively unaffected by the rain, which was very heavy at about 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock this morning. There's lightning coming through my window and a bit of thunder as well. It wasn't quite what we wanted to hear. Of the 22 on the board so far, Taylor has 12. Balls to 11 for Taylor against Mark Waugh. Umpire's just adjusting Arjuna Ranatunga's position at short mid-wicket in the catching position. And beautifully placed. Wasn't a bad ball, but it was given some fierce treatment by Taylor. It swung late.
Once again, an indication of how good this pitch is. And look at the pace at which the ball has gone after Taylor has hit it. It's bounced just outside the pitch area and then carried on straight to Muralitharan at backward point.
There's some wonderful technology in television for sport these days. That super slow-mo camera gives you a wonderful view of Vikramasinghe holding the seam upright, and it goes down the pitch staying upright. That's why it swung late and then kept on coming into the left-hander. Single to take it along to 23 for no wicket off 5. Quickish medium pace will be very important to Mark Taylor. 23 for no wicket, 5 gone, 50 over a side final.
The restriction of having 2 fielders in catching positions and only 2 outside. The circle have certainly changed the tactics as far as opening batsmen are concerned. They no longer want to take the first few overs to settle down. They actually want to get going from the first ball. And that's why we've seen such high-scoring games in recent times. That's because the opening batsmen lay the foundation, and the lower order batsmen can then just throw their bats around, keep the momentum going.
Beautiful stroke. Played with delightful ease. Really only just hooked it around. Didn't smash it.
Yes, he picked it up very early. He picked it up as the one that Chaminda was angles across to the right-hander, but it was the ball coming into the left-hander, and he just helped it along. Not too much of power in it, just a little bit of guidance as far as the direction is concerned. And it's another boundary to Mark Taylor. He really is batting with a lot more confidence than Mark Waugh is at the moment.
Mark Taylor will have gained in confidence from that match against the West Indies in Chandigarh, even though he didn't make any runs with the bat. The question of winning the match from such a position gives you an enormous psychological boost for whatever else you're about to do, which in this case is open the innings in the final. There are some teams who'll be feeling very sad, ones who've played in this World Cup and are not here in Lahore at the moment. West Indies would be one of them. India, Pakistan. We've been reading plenty about those losses and how awkward it is for the players. Oh, that's a good shot. Well, Taylor's in the mood, and it's now gone on to 31 for no wicket. 6 overs have gone through. Over. Vikramasinghe will be the bowler. Vikramasinghe is at the college end. 2 ends here, college and pavilion. All set with the field placing. The slipper's gone. There's a gully and a short mid-wicket. They got 2 there, but it was almost only 1.5. Waugh was on his way back on a perfectly straight line. And just the single this time. And also time to say a very good afternoon to Ranger Fernando.
Hello, Richie. This certainly is a great day for Sri Lanka cricket, probably the greatest day in the sporting history of Sri Lanka. Every Sri Lanka are good at chasing. Of course, he has to consider that the Australians too are best at defending. So the Sri Lankans would have to contain the Australians to a great extent.
Looks a good pitch, outfield, considering that rain, in excellent shape. As long as we have no further rain, everyone will be very happy. The weather is actually coming from the east here, and there's a bit of a breeze sweeping it across. 3 stays up, then we could be in good shape. Now, Sri Lanka into the final, and they have said that they would like to be the #1 team, that's at Test match level in the world, by the year 2000. This, I would imagine, would be something of a stepping stone for them.
No doubt this is going to help Sri Lanka in a great way to get to their objective of being the best team in the year 2000.
Oh, that's good feeling. There have been 3 balls so far where the batsman might just have got a second, but Dharamasena was round there very, very swiftly.
Fielding, no doubt, is going to play a vital role in this World Cup final, and Sri Lanka will have to raise their fielding by a peg of 2 in order to match the brilliance of the Australians, who have been absolutely flawless in this competition.
Timing there for Mark Waugh, just a gentle push wide of the man at gully. It takes it along to 36 for no wickets. 7 overs have gone.
Thanks, and hello to all of our viewers. Very good start for Australia. In the air and straight down Jayasuriya's throat. So that's a terrific breakthrough for Sri Lanka. Mark Waugh, as I mentioned before play started, if he bats for a reasonable amount of time, Australia are always going to set a big target. So that's a blow for Australia and a boost for Sri Lanka.
Yes, I think any early wicket's a good wicket, but this one in particular is a huge one for Sri Lanka. Very quick scoring batsman, elegant player Mark Waugh, and being in top form. So they'll think they've got the biggest wicket they could get. 36 for 1 Australia.
Ricky Ponting coming in at #3, has 2 centuries to his name at this level, and one of them is against Sri Lanka, made at the MCG on the 9th of January this year. That's the 123 you see there. He came in, and Australia were, well, they weren't in great strife when he came in, but they lost a couple of wickets. He played extremely well. His other 100 was against the West Indies at Jaipur. Plays pace bowling very well, Ricky Ponting, runs quickly, and he comes in at the fall of Mark Waugh's wicket. Mark Waugh looking at the pitch as he walked off, as though the ball didn't quite come on to him.
I just think it's one of those balls that you flip at and get there a little bit too early. When you do that, you tend to look at the pitch and blame anything but yourself, but I just think he got into that a little early and then just chipped it up in the air rather than waiting for the ball a little bit.
Well, it's been that sort of World Cup for this man, Jayasuriya. He seems to be the right man in the right place. When he hasn't been thrashing attacks all over the park, as in the semi-final when he missed out, got a naught, but suddenly Jayasuriya was bobbing up, throwing the stumps down, taking catches and getting wickets, and he was awarded the trophy, the Audi, for the most valuable player of the tournament. So it's been one of those sorts of tournaments where he just seems to be in the right place at the right time. Sri Lanka will be hoping that his form is good this evening. And Chaminda Vas asking the question. Umpire Shepherd says no.
Yes, I don't think there was any doubt about this. It moved off the seam. See it pitch in and going down leg side. Look where the keeper's going. You can expect a bit of excitement. Bowlers are going to appeal for everything early on in the game.
Very quick call there from Mark Taylor. Umpire Shepherd quickly into position in case there was a throw to the bowler's end stumps. I was reading in this morning's press, the local press, where Umpire Shepherd said that he'd been in training for this World Cup tournament. He said he'd been drinking half pints instead of pints. That was his training. I love his training regime. inside edge onto that one. A wicket maiden for Charminder Vas. Australia 37 for 1. Wicket has certainly done it.
Yes, I think the way the pitch is played, it looks very good. Is that taking wickets, I think, is going to be very important for Sri Lanka. You expect Australia to score quite a few runs on this very flat surface, but if you can keep taking an odd wicket as you go along, it might just slow them down so that the total they get is kept into reasonable proportions.
Yes, as good as they are at chasing Sri Lanka, I don't think in the wide world that they want to be chasing well, much above 260. I think it's all right to get 270 in a qualifying match and get it pretty comfortably as they did against India, but final, oh, I don't know, it's not quite the same.
Yes, I agree with that, Ian. I felt in this World Cup the pitches on the whole have been that good that 250 is not a big deal to chase. 260ish, once it gets over that, well, it's just that little bit too far, a little bit of a bridge too far.
And you are also trying to defy history in winning by batting second. No team has done it yet in the World Cup. We've had 5 previous World Cups, and the victory on each occasion has gone to the side batting first. So Arjuna, on winning the toss, decided that he was going to try and defy history. It's been quite a remarkable rise in 21 years for Sri Lanka. If you think back to 1975, the first World Cup, their first game was against the mighty West Indies in those days. They got absolutely hammered, bowled out for somewhere in the 80s, Sri Lanka, and West Indies got them comfortably. In fact, the West Indies almost cost themselves a spot in the finals by sending Sri Lanka in on that occasion. Now, 21 years in your lifetime, I guess, sounds like a long time. But people must realise, Jeffrey, 21 years isn't a long time in a new cricket team's nation, in their history, and I think they've done very well to come this far.
Yes, I think it would be just put the icing on the cake a bit if they could win the World Cup. My heart says it would be good for cricket if Sri Lanka won, but my head's told me all along that Australia would be my favourites, and I still fancy them, and most Australians will, but I think it would be good for cricket if they could make it and win it. Oh dear, I think he'll need another ball for that. I think it does take a long time as well for players and teams to get to grips with the big game at the top level. I mean, Zimbabwe, who've just come in the last few years into Test match cricket, it'll take them a while to really start playing the top teams on an equal level and feeling comfortable that they can beat them.
Ravinder De Silva coming around from mid-on. It's a better over from Vikramasinghe. It's 41 for 1. That first match that we were talking about, their first ever World Cup match against the West Indies, Sri Lanka back in 1975, 86 all out, and the West Indies 87 for 1 at Old Trafford. West Indies, as I mentioned, they looked like being defeated by Pakistan later on in the World Cup, which would have put them out. They had a remarkable last wicket partnership and finished up winning the 1975 World Cup. So that was the beginning for Sri Lanka, not an auspicious beginning. And really, they haven't done a lot in World Cup since then until this one.
Yes, I fancy an important factor for Sri Lanka today will be their spinners. You see there the figures. Don't tell lies, figures don't lie, they tell you the truth. 4 wins, 20 losses, 75 to 92. But I think that they now play so well with the spinners. Vasa's bowled particularly well, but the other seaman, whoever's played for them, has not been special. This lad's bowl, excellent. Good line length, picked up the odd wicket. But the spinners have done a lot. The three major spinners, plus a filling off spinner from De Silva. And they bowled on pitches that have been a little bit receptive to spin. Some have been a lot receptive.
That is Mark Taylor's record at Lahore. 56 his best against South Africa. It was a triangular tournament, South Africa, Australia and Pakistan in 94-95. That includes today's innings. Nicely placed. Hero's got a hand on it. That creates a long chase for Aravinda de Silva. Still gets to the boundary. It's 72 for 1. Muralidharan was offered the other end by the skipper, but after a bit of a chat, he's decided that he prefers the pavilion end, and I think that's a wise decision by the off spinner. He really needs to do something, preferably get a wicket, and I think Mark Taylor would be the one they'd want to get out of the way at the moment.
Economy rate, not bad at all, but I think more than anything he could do to turn a couple early. Just put a little bit of suspicion in the Australian batsman's mind. First over, if he can get one to really spin, just makes the batsman a little bit more careful, a little more wary of his shot playing. Well, that turned a little bit from wide of off stump. But when he gets loose and fingers get warmed up, I'd be interested to just see whether he really rips it.
It's interesting to see the batsman with a better footwork in the Australian side. Mark Waugh is the guy that I gauge everyone else against. I think he's got the best footwork of the lot, and he really couldn't quite get to Muralidharan in Australia to drive him through the offside. It suggested that he was getting the ball to loop and drop on the batsman. Singer with the chase.
Well, he may be laughing, but I don't think the bowler would have been if they'd have got a third run. Really sloppy fielding. Watch this. Dives down, can't get the ball in his hand. Ooh. It's a bit too wide, is that? Much too wide. I know it's spinning a little bit, but the batsman can easily go inside out. You give him too much weight. Good run in.
$77 for 1. Roshan Mahanama, the fieldsman. Arjuna Ranatunga has got to find 2 catching men. Haven't reached the 15 over stage yet. And umpire Shepherd telling the sight screen attendant, we don't want the board moved. Just leave it exactly where it is. It's going to be a slip and a short cover. They're the catching men for Muralidharan. Easy single. It's 78 for 1. Australia 78 for 1 after 14 overs. In the commentary position now, Ravi Shastri, and with him, Tony Gregg.
Thank you, Ian. Might need a bit of that stuff. Stimulate the roots a bit. Get some bit of extra growth going. 78 for 1 after 14. And the Australians will be pretty happy with that. Obviously, they won't be very happy with the fact that Mark Waugh's out of the way, because his performance is so important to them. He's batted so well. However, we are now seeing 2 spinners, Kumara Dharamasena Only 32 matches and an economy rate of 4.39. And his World Cup so far, you can see that nothing really sensational about his performance. He just does provide that facility for his captain, which allows him to change bowlers around. So they've got two off spinners, both of them spin the ball quite a long way. And Dara Messina is going round the wicket to the left-hander. Murali Dhiran was over. Long straight run. And that's nicely placed. Well, Ravi Shastri has moved in alongside me. This is not a bad start by Australia, but it's going to be a big score come what may.
Absolutely right, Tony. It's a flat wicket. The ball's coming onto the bat, and both these Australian batsmen, Ponting and Taylor, have played some fine shots. As far as the bowlers go, there's very little margin for error. And Dharmasena, who's bowling at the moment, really has a job on his hands, because the new ball bowlers, when they've erred in line or length, they've been given some tap by the Australian batsman. So he really has a role to play for his captain.
Quite a lot of pandemonium still in the stadium. A lot of people haven't been able to find their seats. And I can tell you that outside there's chaos. Placement. He can't afford to be too straight. He was a little bit too straight the last time round. Started off bowling a very straight over and got clipped away just behind square, just in front of square. They picked him off a little bit, then he straightened up. In fact, it happened to both the off-spinners.
Yeah, that's the line to bowl to. You can't give width on either side. It's better to bowl a line off stump just outside.
Ball looked as if it was really spinning as it went through the air. Officially played, one bounce to Arjuna. Just have a look at this ball as it goes through the air. He really does put some work on it. It's a flat wicket, but watch it go through the air, spinning away viciously. Oh, Taylor goes for the big one. He mishit that one. That was a bit lucky. Just beat mid-wicket, and mid-on's run around to pick it up. So clearly Taylor has decided he's got to take it up to these bowlers.
Well, he doesn't want Dharmasena to settle down, but the off-spinner has done him in the flight. Looking to hit it over mid-off, start off, but then the ball really not coming on, and in the end dragging it to wide mid-on.
So a single, and that one laid it on. But at 6 runs and over, it dropped at one stage down to 4.5, and it's been hovering around 4, but just lately it's picked up a little bit. So at the moment it's running around about 5.5 runs and over. With 1 wicket down, that's not too bad. Lovely pitch out there. The outfield's quick, and just looking at those figures, the opener's quite expensive. A little bit loose, certainly. Chaminda Vaas was a bit short, and the spinners have just started. That's nice placement. He's hit it very wide. The mid-off fieldsman's having to run a long way around to pick that one up. Guru Singh, the fieldsman down there, and he's throw a long one to the far end.
Well, he's a busy little player, is Ricky Ponting, always on the lookout for runs. Very positive in his attitude.
For the straight drive down the ground, sensible thinking. They've got a mid-wicket in position. They've got a wide, deep mid-on, as well as a straightish mid-on. Again, watch the ball spin here. He does give it a lot of spin, Murali. Off the pad.
Well, this is a good contest because Ricky Ponting likes to use his feet. They're not afraid to give the ball some air.
Well, they'll definitely get one here. Will they come back for the second? If they do, this will be the 50 partnership. No, he's sending him back. So that partnership remains on 49.
Well, both these batsmen have had tremendous success against Sri Lanka in the World Series in Australia this year. Mark Taylor, in fact, had 3 scores of over 80 against Sri Lanka. And everyone knows that Ricky Ponting walked into the Test match arena while getting 2 first-class hundreds for Tasmania against Sri Lanka, and then 90-odd in his very first Test match. So the Sri Lankans know that this pair is dangerous.
Mark Taylor just 2 runs away from 3,000 one-day international runs. He'll be the 7th Australian to achieve that feat. In the air, and that'll be it. It's running down towards the boundary. That's very well timed. A good shot. Into the fence it goes. Mark Taylor's looking in good form here. So it's the 50 partnership, and a milestone for Mark Taylor as well.
Well, he picked his spot here, Mark Taylor, but this is a superb piece of timing. Put right to the pitch of the ball, and once he saw that the ball really wasn't there, went through with a shot, no half measures, and over mid-wicket for 4.
And that's his half century. That's very well played. Under pressure, Mark Taylor, the captain, has come to the party. Wicket, because they know how dangerous Mark Waugh can be.
Well, that's one way the Sri Lankan bowlers can restrict the Australian batsmen. That's by picking up wickets at regular intervals. But unfortunately, the new ball bowlers have erred by bowling a little bit too short, allowing the batsmen to play a lot of the back foot.
Well, the Australians on target, it seems to me, for around about 280 at the moment. And that's nicely played by Taylor. He's whipped that one away on the onside. They're finding the gaps very well, this Australian side. This is a big ground, very hard to protect. Lots of gaps out there, and Mark Taylor at the moment is playing a gem of an innings. He's lifted the rate when it was required. When they got bogged down a bit, he's played some good pull shots, and in between those, he's knocked it away into the gaps. Straight to mid-on that time.
Well, just like Tony Gregg said, it's a big ground. Very important that Ranatunga gets his field placings right, because as the game progresses, you'll see a lot of 1s and 2s being run.
So Ricky Ponting having a little look around. There's a deep mid-wicket for him, a deep square leg, and a sweeper on the offside as well. He's been playing very straight. This will be close, just wide of the stumps. They needed a direct hit there. That makes the difference. If you can hit those stumps direct, you've got a chance of a run out when it's tight. Let's have another look at the replay.
Well, yeah, Ricky Ponting running with the shot, but what he didn't realize, the ball went too quickly to mid-on, and had that fielder hit the stumps, Ricky Ponting would have definitely been out.
Yes, it makes such a difference. Taylor has 53 or 54 balls, and that's well played, well fielded. Played away again to the right of the fieldsman. Mahanama is the man there. Good field.
Well, he's one of the best fielders in the Sri Lankan team, and this is the kind of fielding that can lift the spirits of the other players.
Again, played away comfortably from off the stumps. He's closing the face on that off spinner, no trouble at all. That's what happens when the pitch is good. There's not much spin at the moment from Dharamasena.
But one just gets the feeling he's skidding onto the bat. It is a shiny surface out there.
5 runs from the over, 95 for 1. Just a little short again, and Taylor once more getting into the gap and getting away down to the sweeper. Well, he's got a record 27 half centuries. When I say record, a record for anyone who hasn't scored a century. So 27 half centuries, not a single century in that lot. That doesn't often happen. Normally, if you get that many half centuries, you get a big one at some stage. Oh, that's well bowled. They're a little bit watchful. They're giving a lot of respect to Muralidharan. I think they recognise the fact that he turns it a little more than Dharamasena.
And he isn't afraid to toss the ball up, inviting the batsman to use his feet. Because he knows at this stage wickets are also important. Because if these two are out there in the middle for another 10 overs or so, Australia could really be in the driver's seat.
Tossed it up again, and again nicely played. Just waiting for it on the crease. Ricky Ponting closing the face of the bat, just knocking it into the gap. Just watch him here. That's spinning, and as it turns, you can see the little flick of the bat. Really worthwhile watching the bat. Ricky Ponting's back. Just watch it come down now and close right at the last minute. Interesting too that Muralidharan's got enough confidence to stay over the wicket to the left-hander. It's the right thing to do, but it needs pinpoint accuracy.
He'll be looking to bowl a line, middle and leg to Mark Taylor. He's getting turn out there.
Down the wicket, straight to short extra, misfield. Think about one. Decide not to go. 2 runs off the over, 97 for 1. To him. He's on strike. This is Dharamasena. Straight back to him, gets a hand on that one. That's well fielded. Lots of encouragement coming from little Kalu Watharana too. You can hear him chirping away in the background. That's well placed. Out of India de Silva, picking that one up at the mid-wicket fence.
Well, this is one problem the Sri Lankans will face. Having won the toss, decided to field, they must realise that they must try and restrict the Australians to under 250.
You reckon, Robbie? I reckon the Sri Lankans don't care what the opposition get.
Well, the problem they'll face today, Tony, is that they're up against a side that's one of the best sides in the world when it comes to defending totals. The reason for that, they field well, they're competitive at all times and refuse to give up, as the West Indians found out the other night in Mohali.
Yes, these Sri Lankans remind me a bit with their bowling of the West Indians. Sorry, with their batting, as the West Indians with their bowling. They used to have this view when Andy Robertson, Michael Holding, those guys were around, no matter what the total was, they always fancied themselves to roll the team out. They were so good. These Sri Lankans have had such a good time with the bat. They give the impression they don't mind chasing anything. Well, that single brings up the 100. They're going to have to chase a lot tonight.
They certainly will have to, and one mustn't forget that this is a big game. It's a final of a World Cup. The pressure is going to be immense.
They're getting through the overs quite quickly now, the 2 spinners, Dharamasena and Muralidharan. This is Dharamasena again, round the wicket this time to Taylor. In the beat of the bat, and again straight down the ground. 4 runs from the over, 101 for 1. He's not exactly beaming, but he always has a little smile on his face. I was saying, Ranger, that I thought that they didn't really mind what they chase. That's certainly the impression they've been giving.
Yes, Tony, a nice little partnership, of course, developing here, and Ranatunga must be an anxious man. Of course, Dharamasena has come in and put the brakes a bit, but he certainly will have to look to Muralidharan too. And there's Jayasuriya, that's the change, and probably he's looking to Jayasuriya to put the brakes and crawl back into this game.
Now Now, it's interesting that he's taken Muralidharan out of the attack, and he was bowling pretty well. I thought the best of two spinners so far. Jai Saria, he's going to spin the ball back into the left-hander. Mark Taylor won't mind that too much. He's going over the wicket to Taylor, who's having a look down towards square leg and deep mid-wicket. They've got that side of the field very well covered, if you can cover it. It's very big ground. So Jai Saria, who's a little flatter, doesn't spin it quite so much, is on his way now. This is his first ball. Outside off stump, and that one cut away. Taylor's not happy with himself. As he ran away there, his head went back. He wanted to get that one into the gap. He hit it straight to the fieldsman.
A lot of gaps out here on this large Gaddafi stadium, and the Sri Lankans would have to cut the singles or end the twos as much as possible, because every run given away here would be a run they'll have to make.
Now this is quite interesting. Jai Saria adopting the Muralidharan tactic. He's decided to stay the left arm over the wicket to the right hander. Again requires that he bowls very straight. It's a positive move though. Ponting on strike. Well, that's way down the leg side, and it's been missed by the keeper as well. It was that wide. It's gone all the way to the fence for 4 wides. Well, that's a dreadful delivery.
Extremely poor delivery by Jayasuriya at that time. Probably trying to give the ball a little bit of air and slipping off his hand, beating Kaluwithana completely way down the leg side.
The other thing about that ball, you can see how it's skidded away straight, and that is anguish written all over Jayasuriya's face. That's a much better delivery. Ponting not happy with something, or is he trying to get the attention of the dressing room? So I think he wants some more gloves. 27 or 40 balls. He's not in any great hurry. It's well played. There's an example of the way Ricky Ponting plays. He waits for it, goes right back, tends to play the ball off the back foot where he can.
Pitch playing extremely well. Jayasuriya not getting anything out of it, but he's got the ability to bowl these Yorkers very, very effectively, and Jayasuriya no doubt looking at all avenues to keep these two batsmen quiet.
Big ratings down in Sri Lanka tonight, Ranjit.
Yes, Tony, no doubt this is certainly the greatest day in Sri Lanka's sporting history, and every Sri Lankan, wherever he is, must be anxiously following the fortunes of Sri Lanka in this cup final today.
He's got that one away, that time into the gap, or is he going to be able to come back for the second? No, one again. And Taylor not happy with himself. He was beaten once that over, and that one he'd like to have got away for 2. On consecutive occasions now, he's tried to get the ball into the gap and failed. Playing that one backward of point and skidding across this outfield. Dharamasena in position. So 1 ball to go in this over. And wide given again. Well, so that's 8 off the over and still a ball to be bowled.
Jayasuriya once again straying down the leg side, and umpire Shepard was certain that it was wide. So Jayasuriya taking time to settle down.
Yes, that's well done. The end of the over, 110 for Jeff Boycott.
Thanks, Tony. Yes, they are doing well at the moment. Although one thing to bear in mind is that their scoring rate now is no faster than it was in the first 5 overs. They haven't actually accelerated, but they have been careful not to lose more than the 1 wicket. 111 now, so umpire Shepard will be leaping about from foot to foot at square leg, or at pointy, it's actually for the left-hander. And that's all the work umpire Shepard will have to do for the moment, because they've moved on to 112. Always gives a little jig, just to make sure no bad luck befalls anyone whenever the score's on 111 or any multiple of it. Afternoon, Jeffrey.
Afternoon, Richie. Afternoon, everybody. Well, the Australians to me are in a comfort zone. They got off to a fairly quick start and now they're just chipping the ball around very sensibly. You mentioned about not losing wickets, Richard, and that's a good point to bear in mind, but they're scoring more or less 5 and over. I think Sri Lanka, from their point of view, they need a wicket. They need to get a new batsman in and try and put a bit of pressure on him and make it hard for the new batsman to score 5 or 6 and over. See, there's runs wherever they want. The pace of the pitch is fairly slowish, nice true bounce, and they played a lot of shots off the back foot, particularly to the seamers, did the Australians. And I felt this pitch you can't afford to be short at all. Mark Taylor stayed back and he's played beautifully. Pulled shots off the back foot.
Man standing at Durham Messina's end is Steve Buckner. Third umpire here is Cyril Mitchley. Match referee Clive Lloyd. $115 for 1 and 21 overs have gone. The roller on this morning. I think the water's got through fairly quickly. We had that great invention, the Super Sopper, going out there, an Australian invention, designed a delightful chap in Sydney, and it's been a great boon to cricket and other sports grounds around the world.
Well, just a couple of lapses in the field by the Sri Lankans, the last couple of overs. Wasn't very spectacular, this, and he missed the ball. Bowlers need a bit of help. Somebody's got to do a bit of special fielding, something a bit spectacular, a run out maybe, just to give the Sri Lankans a little bit of a lift. It's all too easy for Australia at the moment. They're playing beautifully, stroking the ball around. Mark Taylor's in top form. When that happens, you've got to change the bowling around a little bit. The fielders have got to up their game, help the bowlers along.
Lovely story without words there with umpire Shepherd finally losing patience with side screen attendants and just show them how to make a mark in the ground. From the fielder, he'd have got it wide had he let it go. As it is, he's picked up 2 runs, but from a stroke that was in the air a long time.
Well, it was such a bad ball and so wide that I think Mark Taylor had to really reach for it further than he expected, and so he scooped it in the air. Fortunately, it went in the gap. Yes, he knows it was nearly half a chance.
This is the first time any cricket match has been played at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore, under lights. Lights have moved along quite a bit in the last 17 years since World Series cricket in Australia. Now those are high enough, quite different from Chandigarh, where they were apparently quite satisfactory. But these are higher and on very narrow stanchions. Nicely played. Ball swerved a little from off the leg, and it's 120 for 1. 22 overs have gone. There's the single there. Yes, it's quite a good, strong batting lineup. I'm very pleased to see Bevan do well there. Pleased to see Law as well. But we know he's very seasoned player. Bevan is younger and also has this ability to bowl left arm over the wrist, which he did for Yorkshire last year in the county competition. Delivery from Dara Messina. Last time these two teams met was in the best-of-3 finals in Australia, the World Series. Dara Messina there had none for 31 and none for 45. J.S. Surya, who was used as a spinner in those two games as well, none for 37 and no wicket for 57 from 8.
Yes, the Sri Lankan spinners today have not been able to exert the pressure on the Australian batsmen as they did in the semi-final against India on a big turning pitch. And also that they bowled well and spun the ball against England, who they knocked out in the quarter-finals. This pitch looks quite slow and it's turned so slowly that the batsmen have had time to adjust. Class players like the Australians have had no problems.
Get one there. Fielder's quick to come around, and it's one for 134. 23 gone.
That's it, Dad!
This final being played in Lahore. One of the host countries, Pakistan, sponsoring. And the pictures are brought to you by WorldTel and Grand Slam Sports. That placement. You'd got out your pen and pencil and a bit of paper and drawn the line. Couldn't have been better to split those two men.
Well, he's played beautifully all day. He's not had to show too much aggression, because his timing and placement have been excellent. He's just played the ball basically where he's wanted all day.
Yes, there'll be millions of viewers in many countries around the world watching WorldTel and Grand Slam Sports. And that's in co-production with PTV, Pakistan Television. Quite capacity, the crowd, but it's very good, and they're still coming in through the turnstiles. That's good running. They got through there on a good call and excellent backing up. 130 on the board, 24 overs finished in the person of Aravinda de Silva.
Yes, he's usually their fourth spinner, and the other three have not really made much of an impression. The runs have just been chipped around. The ball was a little bit slower, but they do need a wicket or two. I don't think there'll be panic in the Sri Lankan camp, even though the score is 131 for 1. They'll just be puzzling over how they're going to get a wicket. They expected, I'm sure, to have to chase a big total when they put Australia into bat. The question is how many they have to chase. That is the key question. If it gets too big, then they are in trouble. 260, I think, is manageable.
I think the Australians now will be disappointed if they don't make more than 260. Little formula we use, which sometimes works out fairly accurately, around 25 overs and then 30 overs, indicates they're looking at something around about the 290-300 mark. And one of the problems is, if they keep playing sensibly like this, they'll score 5 or 6 and over without having to take a risk. It is a big ground. It's close. It doesn't seem to me that he's spinning the ball a great deal, but it seems to Ponting that he might have got an inside edge on it. And he was outside off stump. All right, that was in the end quite good running. And it's 134 for 1. One of the very best playing conditions ever devised for limited overs cricket, that there must be 4 men inside the circle at all time. That's the absolute minimum. You have as many as you like, but there must be at least 4. It was a quicker ball. He saw him coming, bowled it well, and then fumble to bring up the 100 partnership between Mark Taylor and Ricky Ponting.
Yes, when you keep getting an odd misfeel like that, it doesn't do the confidence of everybody in the team a lot of good. He's not the only one that's fumbled an easy ball.
Strong young Tasmanian, Ricky Ponting. He's not going to worry too much about that.
Yeah, good partnership that. It's come so easily. That's the slightly worrying thing for Sri Lanka. Well, that's a better over. 2 off the over. 136 for 1.
He's more of an off-cutter than an off-spinner, although I have seen him give the ball a bit of air in other circumstances. Mainly when he's been playing county cricket in England. It's in the air. And it's gone. He's got it. Taylor has gone, he's swept, and Jayasuriya has kept his head there running around and taken a very good catch. He had quite a distance to go, picked it right from the moment it left Taylor's bat, and that's 2 down, 137 on the board.
Well, that's the sort of mistake that Sri Lanka needed. Change of bowling, a 4th spinner in the game, the top edge. Not too difficult catch, just had to keep his nerve while the ball was in the air, and they've got a little bit of luck. It's been a long time coming. Lovely innings by Mark Taylor, played beautifully in comfort. 137.
Ponting's then taken a strike, and this is the way Mark Taylor perished.
Well, it's about the only false shot that Mark Taylor's played. He's been in such good touch, and it came as a big surprise. A little bit of an edge, half played for, and half a little bit of an edge, but it brings up 2 more runs for Australia. You get the impression on this pitch that it's the batsman that's got to make a mistake. There's not too many snakes in the pitch.
That catch by Jayasuriya was a welcome turnaround for Sri Lanka, because their fielding had just slipped a little bit. And even in the end, he had to stretch for it. He'd made ground to it. I just wondered if he'd slipped on some slightly greasy surface out there from the overnight rain. Wasn't able to get going, and then finally stretched out for it. Steve Waugh's off the mark straight away, 141 for 2. Why he got rid of him, because he's the #1 spinner, but this is the reason. New batsman in, and a chance for Murali Dhuran to come back.
Well, you'll see with that ball, it was quite wide, that ball, and then it spun. And I thought he bowled a bit too wide before. If he bowls it that wide and just gets it a touch short, then he's going to get smacked through the offside off the back foot. They're going to get inside out to him. He's got to keep it up there if he's going to bowl that wide. That's better. Make him come forward on the front foot. Didn't quite get there, bit of a mistake, but he got away with it because the ball is spinning into him. But he can't afford to be wide when he's bowling way outside off stump. He can't afford to be too wide or at all short.
Some spin there in the pre-match chat. I was saying that Murali Dhuran spins the ball more than anyone else in the world, turns it more rather than spins it.
Yeah, Steve Waugh looking to get, not Steve Waugh, Ponting looking to get on the back foot, because that's how he hit the off spinner early on when he bowled his first few overs. As long as he keeps it well pitched up for Ponting, he can't run round it so easily, and if he does, the length might get him out. He's so slow, this pitch. Anything short will get killed. Well bowled.
Steve Waugh so far 82 against Kenya and 57 against the West Indies. 59 not out against New Zealand was a good innings. 143 for 2, 28 overs finished.
Now Steve Waugh, he's the batsman that Sri Lanka are going to have to bowl at as much as possible for the next 2 or 3 overs. Try and deny Ricky Ponting the strike. Try and bowl as much as they can at the new batsman. Doesn't mean to say they'll get him out.
Aravinda de Silva is the bowler. He's bowling from the college end into the 29th over. Quite a deliberate shot from Ricky Ponting, but he did finish up hitting it straight to the man coming in from deep mid-wicket on the boundary.
Well, this is what I feel Sri Lanka have got to do. They've got to bowl quite tight and make the batsman go over the top. Because I don't care who you are or how good a player you are as spinners, if you go in the air, there's always a chance you might get out. Miss-hit it, not hit it into the right spot. You can miss-hit anything you want on the floor, you're not out. But once you go the aerial route, it does give the bowler just a slight chance of getting you out. It's amazing how much bobbling there's been and fumbling by the Sri Lankan fielders. Just simple little balls rolling down to them. See, look at this, it bobbles it around. It's an easy pickup. One run, they're looking for a second, but not going to come, and yet they just seem to me they're a little bit tense in the field. Not surprising their first final.
Sri Lanka, since the fall of that wicket, have fought back well Two Australian batsmen have been able to get away from them. Taylor was the aggressive one. Wide called. It's no good glaring at umpire Buckner. He doesn't just umpire cricket matches, he referees football matches. 147 on the board now for Australia and 29 overs gone. Oscar will go through the remainder of them and then Ian Chappell.
Thanks, Richie. And Jay Surya going at 5 and over. Aravinda de Silva getting an important wicket there for Sri Lanka. That of Mark Taylor. They say that the capacity here is about 28,500. And it must be getting pretty close to that mark now. It's taken a while to fill up. I guess the crowd a little dubious about whether play would start on time. We had quite heavy rain overnight. And they came along early. They were making a bit of noise in the ceremonial section before play. It really came alive when Sri Lanka got the first wicket. Now, well, they're in full roar. Charter flight brought a 300 odd Sri Lankans over, just over for the day. And then they fly back this evening. Who would you expect the crowd to favour, Sonny?
Well, it does look to me that the crowd is rooting for the Sri Lankans. Possibly because Sri Lanka are the co-hosts of this Women's World Cup. Also because they're part of the subcontinent.
That's a good over. It's 149 for 2. As with him, Steve Waugh. Aravinda de Silva quite often gets wickets for Sri Lanka, and he got an important one in this match.
Yes, Mark Taylor was batting really well, looking to score out just about every delivery. He just got a little too close to that sweep shot, wasn't able to roll his wrist over it. In fact, he scooped that shot.
So once again, Jayasuriya was the man on the spot. He's taken 2 catches in this innings. And right throughout this World Cup, he's been in the game. He's thrown the stumps down a couple of times for run-outs, got catches, some wickets, but most importantly, he's got quick runs. He'll need them again here in Lahore if Sri Lanka are to win.
And that partnership between Kalu Witharma and Jayasuriya has given Sri Lanka many a good start.
And he's bowled him. A little bit of turn there, so Aravinda de Silva doing exactly the job that his captain brought him on for. Get some wickets.
And Ricky Ponting, who's also played well, deceived by that one from Aravinda de Silva. How often we've seen in the limited overs game batsmen who are well set trying to run the ball down to third man, and this time completely missing it. Ball turning a little bit, and look at Aravinda de Silva. No wonder he's happy, because he's got an important wicket. Australia 152 for 3.
With the bat apart from that game, but with the spinners on, he is a good hitter against the spinners, and it'll be interesting to see if Arjuna answers this tactic with a little bit of pace, perhaps an over or 2 from Chaminda Vas. Aravinda has been spot on target, and getting that Yorker right in the block hole. Just 4 men inside the circle for Warne. 3 out on the onside, 2 on the off. And the pinch hitter's getting cute now to get off the mark. It's 153 for 3 for Sri Lanka. Aravinda de Silva doing the damage as far as wickets are concerned. 2 for 15 from 4. At the other end, things have been tidy, so Sri Lanka getting back into the game at a time when it looked to be getting away from them, although you wonder what getting away from Sri Lanka is. Although I fancy it's going to be a little harder chasing a big target in this match, because 1, it'll be against Australia, who are good defenders, and 2, it is a World Cup final.
Yes, I think the pressure will be enormous when the Sri Lankans begin their chase.
Wide called by umpire Shepherd.
And even if it's a target which requires a run rate of over 4, over 5, the Sri Lankans will feel the pressure. They need to get off to a good start, but right now they are more concerned with trying to keep the Australian total to a manageable limit. What that manageable limit is, only they know.
Just a few words from the skipper. There's a man at long on. Just wondering about your thoughts, Sonny. Former opening batsman, not quite in the same style as Kalu Wadharana or Joe Saria, but easier to go for the bowling when you're setting the target rather than chasing a known target.
Well, I think if you're Kalu Wadharana or Jai Surya, it really should make no difference either way.
No.
But yes, it does make a difference if you're batting first and you don't have a target to chase. Then there's nothing at the back of your mind that you've got to maintain a certain run rate or try and score of every delivery. You can afford to play the odd dot call. But when you're chasing, then every dot ball adds to the mental pressure. It preys on your mind that you might just have let your side down by playing a couple of dot balls. So batting first always is easier, even for the pinch hitters.
Steve Ward just with a bit of advice there for Shane Warne. I'll be telling him, don't just swing at everything willy-nilly, be a bit choosy. And he's gone, I think. Very quick piece of work there from Kalu Wadharana. He had him off quickly.
Well, that was bowled down the leg side. I think the Sri Lankans had it planned that in case Shane Warne does give the charge, they should bowl down the leg side, and there you are. Clearly the bat has not gone down. Super work there by Kalu Wadharana. The Sri Lankans need to be given credit for planning it, although this time Shane Warne was playing a defensive shot. Australia 156 for 4. And the crowd certainly appreciating the work done by Kalu Wadharana. The Sri Lankan flags there. We know that there's been a special charter flight which has come down. Very quick, very good work there by Kalu Wadharana. Australia 156 for 4.
Target that would have mattered, and then Shane Warne's 4 wickets also wouldn't have done much. So an important innings from Stuart Law in that semi-final. Murali Dhiran, a good piece of bowling and well assisted by the wicket-keeper. Picked up dramatically, I think probably on 2 counts. Obviously the confidence that came from making the runs, but 2, that probably suggested to him that his place in the team was safe, and that does make a hell of a difference to the way a player thinks. But he is a much better keeper now than he was just 3-4 months ago. Tilaparatne. These wickets have definitely given new life to the Sri Lankans in the field.
Yes, they're definitely throwing themselves at everything now. There is a tendency when the batsmen are going well for the heads to drop. The effort not quite there. But as soon as a couple of wickets fall, and particularly quickly, then the fielding immediately perks up.
That's a nice little touch there from Stuart Law. Well run, Steve Waugh getting back very quickly, although he's decided against the third. It's 163 for 4. But Aravinda de Silva has changed that, getting those 2 wickets, and then Muralidaran getting rid of the pinch hitter, Shane Warne. Arjuna Ranatunga wisely attacking here with the man in close on the offside, realising another wicket now will really put Sri Lanka in a strong position.
And that's good captaincy. There's no question that keeping that fielder will certainly make the batsman think about him all the time. Keeping a fielder in front of you is very important. You can have close-in fielders beyond the batsman's vision, and that doesn't always affect the batsman. But keeping a fielder right in front of you makes the batsman conscious of that fielder.
Especially if you hear from him regularly, Sonny.
I don't know whether Tilaparatne is giving the old Yahoo to the batsman.
Someone like Javed, you would know exactly what was going on in there. There'd be a bit of chatter.
Well, he wouldn't be telling the batsman as much as he would be telling the bowler. He'd be telling him to bowl number 16 or bowl number 12 or something like that.
Yes, he was a great man for a bit of psychology and a bit of gamesmanship, and a very smart cricketer, Javed Miandad. Very good cricket brain. Good over there for Sri Lanka. It's 166 for 4. Here back to Lahore for the final between Australia and Sri Lanka. 166 for 4 after 34 overs Australia, and Sri Lanka getting right back into this game. Dharamasena is on now at the college end and moving into the commentary position with me, Ranjit Fernando.
Sri Lanka have slowly but surely crawled back into this game through the courtesy of Aravinda de Silva, who has just completed a very useful spell, and with comparatively 2 new batsmen at the crease, Sri Lankans applying a great deal of pressure.
We keep talking about what is a manageable target. Ranjit, you've spent a lot of time with the Sri Lankans recently. What do you think that their expectations are?
I reckon the Sri Lankans are quite prepared to look at something like around 270, but I'm sure they would be happy around 250.
They certainly don't fear anybody these days, do they, in the competition?
Their batting has come off, and they've got a lot of experience and skill, and I think the confidence they've gained since returning from Australia, I think, has stood them in extremely good stead.
And they've really wanted this, haven't they? They've wanted Australia, another crack at Australia after that tour.
Yes, I think they felt that they deserve another crack at Australia, since they felt that they should have had Australia probably in the Benson and Hedges final, and this probably is the glorious opportunity they've been given.
You've been watching them now for nearly a couple of hours. Early on, I thought there might have been signs, a little bit of tension out there. You feel they're pretty comfortable now?
Yes, and I think the Sri Lankans had developed a great deal of resilience during the last few months, and this certainly has come to the fore here. They've really come back from a rather tight situation and come back sneaking into the game.
In the air. And well taken. A well-judged catch. Aravinda de Silva, who's already taken 2 wickets, now takes a good catch.
That's certainly a great blow for Sri Lanka. The top edge by Steve Waugh and Aravinda de Silva running across, taking a very good judged catch, keeping his eyes on the ball all the time and catching it to a nicety. Is he not delighted?
170 for 5. A lot of hits. Played well in that match. They'll need to play well again. That's a big wicket getting rid of Steve Waugh. He's been such a good player in all forms of cricket for Australia in that middle order. Michael Bevan, terrific record. And you see there that he didn't have to do much until that semi-final against the West Indies. He has with him Stuart Law, the man who also played well against the West Indies. And Arjuna Ranatunga going on the attack, has a slip in. It's good captaincy. And 4 men in, saving the single.
Two new men at the wicket. Sri Lanka certainly have their tails up, and Muralidharan now getting his act together. He's been getting the prodigious turn he's been reputed to have.
Bevan off the mark. And there's a good delivery from Dharamasena. Got rid of Steve Waugh, just catching the front edge. And that's a very well judged catch. Not so easy when you're on the full run to catch them. The eyes are just bobbing up and down a little bit. Aravinda de Silva didn't have enough time to get there and get set. That's a good catch. When you're running almost flat out, they're not easy.
Muralidharan certainly getting his line right now, and his confidence growing with the new batsman in.
Once again, the top spinner catching a leading edge. They've really come alive now, Sri Lanka.
Muralidharan mixing things up that time, the ball going straight through, drifting away from the bat.
The Australian batsmen have to be a little careful now. They don't want to lose any more wickets. And that in itself will help to slow down the run rate. That's a good over following a wicket. It's 171 for 5. Well, in the commentary position now, it's going to be Richie Benaud, and with him, Ravi Shastri.
Thank you, Ian. They've scored 171 for 5. This really has been a great fight back by Sri Lanka. The spinners have done a wonderful job, especially after the new ball bowlers got some tap. And it will be Dharamasena to continue to Bevan. And this really could be the most crucial period of the game, because at one stage it looked as if Australia would score a total in excess of 290. But just seeing the way the spinners are bowling, the odd ball is stopping on the batsman and turning. And really they have put the brakes on the Australians. With me is Richie Benaud. Richie, the game evenly poised at the moment, though Sri Lanka little in front.
Yes, they've certainly come back very well. And if ever you need underlining the virtue of taking wickets to stop the run rate, it's been in this final here in Lahore. At one stage, the Australians were racing away.
Beautifully played square of the wicket. Good piece of fielding in the outfield there, restricting the batsman to only a couple. But that's the problems the Australians will face at the moment, is they've lost too many wickets, yet at the same time they have to keep the scoreboard moving.
It's at the halfway mark. It looked that the Australians, if they kept moving along smoothly, would have finished up with 290-300. As it is now, 250 will satisfy them very much, I would think.
Certainly would, because the Sri Lankans aren't giving anything away out there. Another good over for Sri Lanka. There's just 3 runs coming off it, 174 for 5. Well, 174 for 5, and really a big transformation in the game from when Australia were 136 for 1. So really they have made a mess of the fine start given to them by first Taylor and Waugh, and then the partnership between Ponting and Mark Taylor. And now really it's up to these 2 batsmen out in the middle, Law and Bevan, who had that wonderful partnership against the West Indies, to really get them back on course. Muralidharan to continue. Bevan, the batsman, on strike. And just to give you an indication of how well the Sri Lankans have performed in the last few overs. The Australians haven't hit a boundary for 13 overs. In the initial stages, when the new ball bowlers were bowling, there was a flurry of boundaries. There again, turn for Muralidharan.
Started off, didn't turn anything very much, and then suddenly he's getting the ball to grip now. Messina at the other end, and De Silva doing well. Been very interesting to watch the Sri Lankans. Not dissimilar, different match, but not dissimilar to the way the Australians searched for a breakthrough against the West Indies the other night. And when they got it, they suddenly clambered all over the opposition. Well, Sri Lanka not quite clambering all over Australia, but they're taking a few steps towards it.
Muralidharan is a big spinner of the ball, and he is getting consistent turn out there. That makes the batsman's job a little more difficult. The bowling figures there, you see the new ball bowlers getting plenty of stick from the opening batsman, but all the 4 spinners doing a fine job. Arvinder in particular picking up those 2 very important wickets. Just 1 run coming off that over. Australia 175 for 5. So Australia losing those 4 important wickets after that fine partnership between Taylor, who made 74, and Ponting 45. The spinners coming into play. De Silva picking up 2 important wickets. And now it's up to Law and Bevan. Still can't find the gap. Bevan had a fine series in Australia. He got lots of runs in the one-day series, the Benson Hedges series. But really, he has a job on his hands at the moment. Oh, that's beautifully bowled.
He's having a good day, Kalavatarana. That brilliant stumping of Shane Warne down the leg side may well have been called a wide, but you can be stumped off the wide. Now, very quick again.
And that really is a fine take, because that ball spun pretty quickly. Never easy when it pitches around leg stump and the batsman covers you. Really was a good take.
Now suddenly the ball's not going between the fielders. A bit more pressure on the batsman. Concentrating on not getting out and picking up some runs, and they're not quite able to get their placement right.
This is good bowling. He's tucking up Michael Bevan, bowling a line of middle and leg stump, not giving him any room outside that off stump. And really, two Australian batsmen in a dilemma now whether to attack or preserve wickets. A rare no ball from Dharmasena. No runs coming off the bat in this over so far. So another good over from Dharmasena, just that one run coming off the no ball, 176 for
that graph. From round about 20 overs, it has gone down and down and down. At one stage the Australians were scoring 6 and over, then it got down to about 5.5, and then all of a sudden it went down below 5. That was in the 30th over, and it's never got back up to 5 since then.
This gives you the clear indication of the dominance of the Sri Lankan spinners. The Australians must be realizing now the importance of a batsman who's in to play right through the innings. Because when Mark Taylor and Ricky Ponting were out there in the middle, they had gauged the pace of the wicket and the turn, and runs were coming freely. But after that dismissal, the batsmen have had problems. Only a single on the onside for Law.
These two players need to stick around for Australia well into the 40s as far as the overs go. They've still got Healy to come, who's a very good striker of the ball in this situation. But realistically, they should be looking at 250 and no more at the moment. And to do that, do it successfully, these are the two, Bevan the left-hander, Law the skipper of Queensland, and Healy the next man in, who can do it for them.
Loud shout for leg before, but that one pitched outside the leg stump. Just 2 runs coming off that over. 178 for 5 Australia. Well, 10 overs left. And that's a view of the floodlights. They're on now. And really, Australia, if they have to reach a score of 250 with 60 balls remaining, they'll have to score more than a run a ball. It's not going to be easy out there, because the Sri Lankan spinners are putting pressure on them. in Ian Healy. Australia have a very experienced man to follow. But when the ball's turning and stopping on the batsman, it's not easy to get your timing right straight away. Bob Simpson there must be a worried man. At one stage it looked as if his side would reach a score of 280. That's not possible now.
Muralidharan has finished his complete 10 overs. Did very well, 1 for 31. That's a good performance. It's the single to Stuart Law. Just a question of to whom Ranatunga will turn now from this pavilion end. I'd be looking at Jayasuriya, I think, the left-hander, who spears the ball in at both right and left-handers. Wasn't all that accurate early on, but he's got a bad record in these games. So he'd be the one I think I'd choose to come on at this pavilion end.
Just a single again for Bevan. Will push the fielder. A brilliant piece of fielding there in the outfield by Muralidharan. He's had a fine day today. Yes, Jayasuriya has 6 overs still to be bowled, and Arvinder De Silva has 5. But like Richie Beno said, I think Arjuna Ranatunga might just fall back on Jayasuriya. What's been most impressive about these Sri Lankan spinners is the line they've bowled. On around that off stump with the ball spinning into the batsman, not giving any room whatsoever. We've seen over the last 15 overs, boundaries have been really hard to come by. The reason for that being the excellent line being bowled by these spinners. They're making the batsmen play and score runs to their field. Only a single. Law coming back for the second. He'll have to hurry. No problem whatsoever there. Just 6 runs coming off that over. Australia 184 for 5.
Powerful throw coming in. Good fielding. They've sharpened up their fielding.
So 184 for 5, 9 overs remaining. The Australians really relying on this pair of Law and Bevan, because they've got only Ian Healy to follow. And the spinners still are doing a fine job for Sri Lanka. Arvinder De Silva being brought back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs for 19 runs, but more important than that, 2 very important wickets. He's had a fine day too. He's picked up that wonderful catch as well.
There's 5 men on the onside. Aravinda De Silva coming from the pavilion end, and 3 of those men are in the outfield. One of them, I reckon, precisely where that ball might have gone.
That's beautifully played by Law in the gap on the offside, but again, good fielding there by Muralidharan. He is a good outfielder, very quick on his feet, and he's backed that up with a very good throw.
Finished up as a full toss, and safe for the single from the next ball.
Well, still a predominantly onside field for the left-handed batsman as well, Michael Bevan, the batsman on strike. Arvinder De Silva deciding to bowl round the wicket to him. In fact, there are 5 fielders on the offside for the left-hander and 4 on the on. So ideally he'd be looking to bowl a line around middle and off stump to the left-hander. Played away only for a single again. Arjuna Ranatunga certainly won't mind this. What he doesn't want at this stage is Australia to get runs in boundaries.
Umpire Shepherd's keeping an eagle eye on the side screen moving. He did instruct the chaps moving the side screen though to put a mark on the ground to show where it should go to each time for the over the wicket and round the wicket deliveries. But I think although he made various scraping motions with his foot out there, it was all to no avail.
Another good tight over by Arvinda de Silva. 189 for 5 Australia. Really, if they have to achieve their target of 250, they'll need a couple of good overs at this stage. Dharmasena in his last over to Law. And that's smashed away over square leg and over the boundary line. 6 runs. That was a full toss from Dharmasena, and Stuart Law quick to pounce on that.
It was a hell of a hit because he clubbed it away just about perfectly square. Yep, nice strike.
Beautifully picked up by Law. In fact, it wasn't a full toss. I beg your pardon for that. Heaved over square leg. Stuart Law can put pressure on the bowler now, having picked up 6 runs of the first delivery. So really, if these two batsmen knock the ball around, there is 10 runs for the taking in this over. And it's funny what a couple of good overs can do. He'll have to hurry. Overthrow there from Roshan Mahanama, who was coming in quickly from cover, allowing the batsman to come back for a second run. So this really is a good over for Australia so far.
Very good cricket by Bevan. First of all, the little push on the offside, and then the quick turn. As soon as the ball went past, he was going to the non-striker's end.
Well, he's shown right through the spell that he's a fine fielder to his own bowling, is Dharmasena.
Come on, get it!
Giving himself room as Bevan. Can't find the gap, only a single for him.
There's a little sequence going on down the far end of the ground with Steve Buckner and the bowler Dharmasena and Stuart Law, where the batsman and bowler collided. With Steve Buckner telling the batsman to get further out. Dharmasena didn't waste too many words, but what they were quite short and sharp.
Again, played away for a single to bring up the Australian 200. By far the best over Australia has had in a long time. 200 for 5 after 43. So 42 balls remaining. Australia 200 for 5. Really losing their way midway through the innings after that fine third wicket partnership between Mark Taylor and Ricky Ponting. And now Arjuna Ranatunga falling back on Jayasuriya. In his first spell, he bowled 4 overs for 21 runs. And now the floodlights fully on for these last 7 overs of the Australian innings. And those are the figures of Jayasuriya for you. Economical, 4 overs for 21 runs, came into bowl at a difficult stage in his first spell when Ponting and Taylor were in full flow. And now again has a tough job to do. He has to restrict the batsman in the slog overs. Picked away on the onside by Stuart Law. Again straight to the fielder in the deep, only a single.
Just 4 on the onside now, because the left-arm bowler is coming over the wicket and he's able to do any fielding that would normally run away through mid-on. They still must have the 4 inside the circle. Got a man at backward square, or I suppose short fine leg. Man at mid-wicket, one at cover point and one at extra cover.
Giving himself room again is Bevan. Again straight to the man at deep point.
Bevan's becoming a little frustrated there. His timing isn't exactly as he'd want it. He's been hitting the ball hard, but hasn't been quite going with the sweetness of timing he'd wish.
And he's gone. Stuart Law trying to hit Jayasuriya over the cover field, but managing to get an outside edge and straight to the hands of the fielder at backward point, Arvinder De Silva. So yet another wicket gone, 202 for 6 Australia.
This is a big one for Sri Lanka. They've had a few big ones. 6 of them down now. And Stuart Law just aiming with a risky stroke to take it away in the air. Quite deliberately hit there, but he didn't mean to hit it quite as fine as that. And it's now 202 for 6.
About it, it's going to be Tony Greig, and with him Ian Chappell.
What a vital wicket that was, the last one. Australians have watched this delivered to Healy, plays that around the onside. He's a very good player in situations like this. He won't be affected. Yes, let's have another look at the wicket. Jayasuriya is the bowler, and of course that one just outside off stump. Stuart Law going for it. He gave it a bit of room actually, thick outside edge and straight to gully. Aravinda in the way.
Yes, Aravinda is another one who always seems to be in the action in this World Cup. Just enough turn there from Jayasuriya.
It's nicely driven, but they've got a sweeper back, so just one. Hasn't just been a turnaround. The Australians looked as if they were coasting there for a while. They were 137 for 1.
It's Jayasuriya just getting enough turn to catch the edge. And there's the reaction from the bowler on taking the wicket of Stuart Law.
The gap again, Healy straight away is scoring the runner ball, well fielded, right alongside the bails. Australia 205 for 6. Face 2 balls. Ball him! He's got him! He's tossed that one up in the air. Healy has been done, neck and crop. That is magnificent bowling. He tossed it up in the air, it spun a little bit, and Healy really was lost. He seemed to be wandering around trying to hit the ball down the ground, and it's knocked back the leg stump.
Well, they say about spinners, you've got to beat the batsman in the air before you can beat him off the pitch. And this is a classic example. Aravinda De Silva beat him with flight. That is the perfect off-spinner's dismissal. Healy is gone. And Australia are 205 for 7.
What a World Cup he's having. Now that it's got down to the important matches, his experience is definitely beginning to tell. 3 for 25, 24 off 6.1 overs, an economy rate of 3.89. More importantly, he's got those wickets.
All Rifle, the new batsman. And when you look at that scorecard, Australia's scorecard, you see the names De Silva and Jayasuriya all over the scorecard. Catches and wickets, and they really have been right in the thick of things in this World Cup.
Again, tossed up just outside off stump, trying to force him to drive on the offside.
Yes, this was a beautiful piece of bowling by Aravinda De Silva. New batsman in, tossed it up. Healy's eyes lit up, but that's beautifully bowled.
Interesting field, no one saving one on the offside, almost encouraging the drive out there. Just watch this delivery. Just watch from this angle the batsman come forward, and of course had he not been bowled there was a good chance he'd have been stumped.
And you could see there that Ian Healy really didn't have the confidence to go after it. You could see that he was in the shot, he was beaten fairly early. He's starting to think about trying to get back halfway through the shot, and that's a sign that he knew that he'd been done in the air. That's beautiful bowling.
Three on the boundary, 2 saving 1, and then across on the offside, 2 saving 1 and 2 on the boundary. Into the gap, the sweepers will come in. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. In goes the throw. One bounce down the bowler's end. Well fielded.
And interesting, immediately they threw to the end that Rifle was going to be running to if they went for the second. Just completely forgot about Bevan. Just concentrate on Rifle, which is good thinking.
Yes, very good thinking, very logical thinking as well. Bevan, of course, the fastest, or one of the fastest, certainly, between the wickets in the world of cricket.
There's no doubt about the two men who have got Sri Lanka back into this game. Look at De Silva, features 3 times as a bowler, twice in the field, and you've got Jayasuriya, 2 catches and a wicket. Terrific job they've done for Sri Lanka.
Hillsman back at mid-on, so a comfortable single. 4 runs and a wicket of that over, 209 for 7. Jayasuriya is going to continue. He's bowled 5. De Silva's got 3 to go. So they've got 8 overs of spin remaining if they want. That's well stopped.
Yes, he's really come alive. Very good stumping from Kalu Udharana earlier on, and you can hear him talking a lot now. And the man we shouldn't forget is the skipper, Arjuna Ranatunga. Probably the 2 best skippers in the competition, as well as the 2 best sides meeting here in the final. The 2 best skippers, they've both been prepared to try things. Arjuna Ranatunga has tried a few things when his side was down and got them right back into the game.
That's whipped away nicely. It's going down to square leg. They need some 4s and 6s now. This is not enough. Having said that, anything can happen in these matches, but this is a good pitch. And this Sri Lankan side bat a long way. They've got a very strong batting lineup. Bevan on 19. So much depends on him now off 36 balls. He's very good if it comes down to the last few overs and he's still out there.
One of the unknowns in the evening part of the players, the television crew were telling me when they were down here last night that there was a very heavy dew on the field at around about 8 o'clock. And they said it was quite wet. Now that's a bit of an unknown quantity. I guess the question we need to know the answer to is who is that going to affect the most? Is it going to have some effect on the pitch and help the ball to move around a little bit, or is it going to have a detrimental effect on the bowling side because the ball will get so wet? Hard to know, but that could be one of the factors in this evening's play.
Full toss, played away on the offside. The sweeper's coming around. They should get 2 here. Yes, and comfortably back for the second by Bevan. Vikramasinghe being brought back into the short third man position. They swapped him around. Oh, and he's nearly got him. He slipped, I think. Well, that is a very close call. We'll come back and have a look at that in a minute. It's 213 for 8. And that's nicely played by Rifle into the gap. Well, we saw Kalu with Orana pull off a miraculous stumping to get rid of Sachin Tendulkar. This was almost a repeat of that. He fumbled that one and he just couldn't quite get there.
This revival by Sri Lanka has certainly brought the crowd alive and brought them into the game. Wide by umpire Buckmore. So we weren't quite sure in the early stages who they were really supporting. I'm not sure yet we really know who the crowd are supporting, but I think they were a bit worried at one stage that the game was getting right away from Sri Lanka and we were going to see a no contest. Now they realise that this match is very much on. Is it ever, and they'll also be looking forward to watching Kalu with Orana, Jayasuriya as little dynamos opening the batting as well. So much depends on them, although they were both out very quickly against India and still won. That's a big wide. So I think Aravinda there might have been thinking that Rifle was going to come at him. We've even got the skipper diving now. Replace the divot, Arjuna.
Well, he did well there. And back to Aravinda, and that was well fielded as well. Pretty firmly struck, nice timing, and he was across very quickly. Beaten the outside edge. 4 off that over. 217 for 7. So 3 overs to go now. 217 for 7. In these batting conditions, one wouldn't have thought that's enough. As Ian Chappell pointed out, at one stage they looked as if they were going to get a huge score. He's had a go at this one down the ground. One bounce to Gurusinghe, and his throw will come in quickly. So just one. Yes, I think they've decided now that it's wind-up time.
Bevan could be dangerous in these overs. He can be dangerous any time, but he's so fast he can get 2s and maintain the strike, which will be important for Australia.
It's well played. Rifle getting that one away behind square, nicely into the gap. He'll come back for a comfortable 2. He's certainly no mug with the back, Paul Rifle. Since he's been out there, he's timed it pretty well.
He's a wicket here would really help. Get Rifle out. Because then they get to Fleming and McGrath, and the Sri Lankans could probably contain them, but Rifle is quite a useful batsman. You can expect him to get a fair number in this situation.
He's trying to sweep that one away. An optimistic appeal from little Kalu with Orano behind the stumps. A 1 leg bye to the total. 2:21 for 7 now. After this over, there'll be 2 more. Will the pressure of the final get to the Sri Lankans? Will the Aussies rise to the occasion in the field? Can they do to these guys what they did to the West Indies? How much will Warne spin it out there? Those are some of the questions.
They're quite prepared to give Bevan the single, trying to stop the boundaries.
He certainly won't drop it short. He's over-pitching rather than under-pitching, which is not a bad idea. And once more, he's bowling it quite fast too, Jayasuriya.
Umpire Shepherd just doing a little hop there with the score on 2:22.
So 1 more, 2:23 for 7. There's a big gap straight down the ground. 3 men saving 1 on the onside there. If he hits it straight over that sign in the field, in the middle of the field, it'll go for 4. And those are the 2 outfieldsmen on the offside. Straight to mid-wicket and a fumble.
Australia won the World Cup final in 1987. As we see that fumble. That match was played at Eden Gardens, the final, Australia versus England. Australia batted first on that occasion. 253 they made off the 50 overs. And England fell 7 short. Michael Bevan and Paul Rifle are going to have to do something spectacular to get up to the 250 mark here in Lahore.
Be looking for the second here. Bevan touchdown, back he comes. He's very quick. He'll be home comfortably. Didn't even stretch.
Well, they picked their man, fast bowler Wickramasinghe, not the best of fielders in the Sri Lankan side.
He's had a go at that one. It'll bounce down towards deep mid-wicket, and that time they'll settle for 1. So Bevan now gets a chance. Yes, he's really going to have a go now. I'm just trying to work out where I think he's going to hit this one. He loves playing it away on the onside for 1s, but he might go straight down the ground. We saw him win a match for Australia, hitting the ball straight over low and straight over the top of the umpire's head. There's a bit of a gap for him there if he hits it nice and straight and flat. He's having a glance down towards square leg. He's got inside out that one, and that's well played. That's very well played. Inside out, and he's whacked that one away down towards deep extra cover. Did it go all the way? Don't think so. Just short of the fence at deep extra cover.
Yes, he's very quick on his feet, Michael Bevan, and he times his moves extremely well. That one landing just a metre short. He doesn't give the bowler a real sign until it's too late for the bowler to do anything about it. Aravinda
De Silva just holding that one back. just to see if he could get some idea of what he was going to do. He does do it very late. He's now pausing, having another little look around, and over his bat he goes. Aravinda again. Once again he gives it a bit of room. Once again plays it away on the offside. Nicely picked up that time by Vikramasinghe. So 10 runs from that over, 233 for 7.
Just the one over to go now for Australia. Michael Bevan didn't have to do much for Australia in the qualifying games, but he's been called on in semi-final and now in the final.
So 1 over to go, 233 for 7 Australia. They were put in by the Sri Lankans, and this is now going to be the last over. It's going to be bowled by Jayasuriya, and on strike at the moment is Michael Bevan. That's the outfield which we reckon could end up getting a little bit of moisture onto it, a little bit of dew perhaps, although there is a bit of cloud cover around. So Jayasuriya will be off the ground and strapping the pads on before too long.
Might just stop for a bit of Alu Paratha first before he puts the pads on, Greggy.
Yeah, no doubt. Laced with a bit of porridge, I reckon. Here we go, last over. Once again, giving it room. That's well played. He's hit that one away square. Will the fielder gets to it? I don't think he will. That's very well played by Michael Bevan. Backing away again, smashing it square on the offside. It looks as if that's where he fancies himself most. There are 3 men back on the leg side, so this is what he decided to do.
He really is the best batsman in one-day cricket when it comes to scoring runs in the late overs. He finds a way to reach the boundaries. First boundary was in that last over. Now he's managed to find a second one, and he's really got Arjuna Ranatunga thinking. He's made him change his tactics and bring an extra man across to the offside. Obviously the original idea for Sri Lanka was to dart them in at leg stump.
He's backed off again and tried to smash it away on the offside, but that is a better delivery right up there, followed him a little bit.
And they're telling the man at deep mid-off, Chaminda Vas, stop the twos.
1-2, well bowled. It's away down to mid-on. Guru Singh coming in there. So what can Paul Rifle do now?
Well, they were desperate to get Rifle on strike and get Bevan away, so I think that's a tribute to Bevan himself, because Paul Rifle is no slouch with the bat. But they obviously consider him a lot easier to shut down than Michael Bevan. If they can keep it under 250, I would think Sri Lanka would have to be delighted after the early situation, because Australia appeared to be heading for something like 290. Maybe even 300 if things went really well.
It's going to go over his head. It's just bounced into this hard surface, and they've ended up settling for 1. So 2 balls to go now.
Jayasuriya just gritting his teeth there. I think he felt he was a little unlucky that that one bounced over his head. He was desperate to keep Michael Bevan away from the strike in his last 2 deliveries. And they'll be keen to just let him get a 1 off this one.
He's played a clever little shot there and well fielded. I think that is Vikramasinghe there, diving away to his right. That is very well done.
Well, fortunately he's a tall man. He was just able to dive and get an arm on it. It was very quick thinking from Michael Bevan. You could see a boundary coming up there Whoa, he just got a hand on it. Absolute desperation there from Vikramasinghe. That's a good effort.
So this is the last ball of the Australian innings. Rifle driving, they'll come back for the second. No, they won't. They're settling for one. Arjuna's got it, and that's the end of that. So Australia, 241 for 7. And I think that Arjuna Ranatunga will be very happy with that when one considers the start made by the Australians.
Well, I think that's a bit of an indication of what the Sri Lankans think. They're all clapping each other out there. I think they're absolutely delighted to get out under 250. And you've got to give a lot of credit to the man in the middle there, Arjuna Ranatunga. Sure, the bowlers took wickets. Aravinda De Silva and Jayasuriya taking catches as well as wickets, but the captain held his nerve at a very important time, and I think that they're pretty happy that they've got out for under 250.
Yes, and so that's the Australian card with Rifle not out on 13 and Bevan on 36. The top scorer, Mark Taylor, played very well for his 74. Ponting also put together a pretty tidy 45. That was a good partnership between Mark Taylor and Ricky Ponting. But thereafter, wickets fell on quite a regular basis, and they really weren't able to get the sort of target I think they might have anticipated early on. Those are the bowling figures, and very tidy they are too. Vikramasinghe and Vas didn't complete their overs, and initially they bowled a few shortish deliveries. They were actually played away pretty well, but Muralidharan and Dharamasena, Jayasuriya and Aravinda De Silva, between the three of them, did very well indeed. 3 for 42, Aravinda. So 4.84 runs per over needed. The total that they'll have to get is 242. The lights are on, and we're even seeing some blue sky. They tell us, that is the technicians, that they think they've discovered what the problem is, and they're working very hard to restore that situation back to normal. Actually, a few of the lights have come back in. They're just beginning to come back. That bottom 3 rows, there were the only 3 that were on at one stage, and I can tell you it was very dull out in the centre. Huge roar went up as the lights dulled down, but you can see at the moment that they're still patchy out there. There are 1 or 2 areas that are pretty well covered by light, but there are certainly some dull areas. So I can only say that this is a very worrying situation, because if it can happen now, then it's just feasible it could happen later on. But the one encouraging aspect of all this is that Clive Lloyd is a very sensible man, and he is the match referee here, and I suspect that if the lights do pack up for whatever reason, that he'll bring the players back tomorrow, and we'll have a start at 2:30 in the afternoon. We won't have to restart the match. So that's the school of thought down in the commentary box at the moment. But you can see things of the Sri Lankans are out there waiting to see what is going to happen. They really must be very happy with themselves. They at one stage looked as if they were going to concede a lot of runs in the field, having chosen to field first, and then as a result of some tremendous bowling and some good fielding, they managed to claw their way back. Well, it's a pretty worried looking Bobby Simpson there, and the Aussie players all getting ready to come out into the field, and they no doubt have all gone back into the dressing room just for a while they try and sort this problem out. Well, I said a minute ago that I thought that things were improving. They do take quite a long time, these lights, to actually warm up. They switched them on actually at 4 o'clock this afternoon in order to make sure that they'd be okay. And I must say that yesterday, or certainly last evening when I went out to dinner, they were on full blaze, and when I came back around about midnight, they were still on full blaze. So they've certainly done some testing. The big question is, did they do enough? And as we watch those lights, 1 or 2 of them start to flicker on. So I think things are moving in the right direction. Well, Jeff Boycott's moved in alongside me. No lights in England, Jeff, but have you seen anything like this before? I think it's only happened once in South Africa, where the lights packed up.
I think it would worry the Sri Lankans more than the Australians. I know from the Australians' point of view, fielding, they might not pick up the ball too easy in the outfield, but it's a lot worse for a batsman if you haven't got good light, and it really is sad if we can't continue with the lights on properly. It's a great occasion. You want to get one-day cricket over in a day and a night, and not come back for a half a day tomorrow. I think Sri Lanka will be a bit worried if one or two of their batsmen are batting and suddenly the lights dim. They will not be thrilled about it if one of them then makes a bad shot or gets out.
Well, Muralidharan there, he did such a good job with the ball. Really did spin it out there. He never stopped smiling. He doesn't have to worry for a while now because he's coming in way down the order. But there's no doubt that the lights are being revved up now. They're beginning to take effect out here, and it seems to me that they've had a little technical problem which they've actually fixed. So it won't be long now before they get out onto the field. Just looking at that Australian batting card. That is it. Mark Taylor played very well for his 74. He lost Mark Waugh quite early on, and he's been a vital part of this Australian batting lineup. And then with Ricky Ponting put together a very good partnership. They in fact put on 101 off 115 balls, and it was when that wicket fell that things really started to go wrong for Australia. So let's have a look at those wickets now, right from the top. The first man out was Mark Waugh, and this is how it happened.
Well, he just flipped it off his legs, probably got into the shot a little bit too early, and it was easy catch.
Yes, Jayasuriya, the fieldsman there, and he was pretty happy about this. This is Mark Taylor getting out. He tried to sweep that one away down towards the square leg boundary. Didn't quite get onto it, and nicely taken. Jayasuriya again running around a long way, slightly misjudged that at the end, but was able to take the catch, and boy, was he happy. I think they realised how important that wicket was.
Well, I think this is Ricky Ponting trying to work it behind square, sort of cut it, or half late cut, half just steer it. He did nothing in the end. He just got bowled. He played very nicely.
Yeah, Shane Warne was then sent in, and he was out stumped. Watch this. Goes for it, lifts his back leg and starts to go down the pitch, and that was a lovely bit of work, taken way down the leg side. And those bails were off before he got even close to getting back.
And this is where it all started to go a little bit wobbly for Australia, trying to hit it to leg. Got the leading edge, went straight up in the air from Steve Waugh. Very fine player, but the spinners were just beginning to take a little bit of control of the Australian middle order. Just got on top of the batsman a bit. Stuart Law, he was struggling and trying to go over the top here. He almost sliced off the face a little bit. See there, nobody played a dominant innings for a while. The spinners were on top, the fielding was much better, the captain was in control, and well, that wasn't easy. That was really a big gate, just playing through the off spinner. When it's turning, he's always going to be a bit dodgy. There's a huge gap there.
Yes, just having a quick look at the bowling figures. There they are. The fast bowlers only bowled 7 and 6 apiece. Muralidharan and Dharamasena got through there 10, and Jayasuriya and De Silva did pretty well too. Have a look at the faller wickets. 1 for 36, Mark Waugh went. Then they took it on to 2 for 137. Good partnership there, and then they started to tumble. Ponting out on 156. Same with Warne and Stuart Waugh and Healy in quick succession. So the umpires are strolling out to the centre, and the Australians realising now that this is it. This is the end of the campaign. One more session in the field left, and we'll all know whether the World Cup will go down to Australia or whether it will run down to Sri Lanka. And the Sri Lankan dynamic duo, there they are, Jayasuriya and Kalu with Horner, both out in quick succession in the first over. They'll be cheered out by these Pakistanis, no matter which side they're on. These guys are entertainment personified. fantastic players they are. I just don't hope I hope they don't knock them off in 26 overs.
Well, they have a look at the bowling and the scene as they go out to bat, but from then on, it's anything up in my half, I'm going to whack it. So anything can happen. They could both be back in the tent in 5 minutes, or they could be whacking the ball all over the place. I think 241 is a defendable target. Everybody's talking about Sri Lanka are quite happy, but they've got the work cut out. They're a very tough competitive side of Australia, and it's certainly defendable, although it is gettable, so we do have a match on our hands.
Well, I'm going to get outside and get myself a chair to watch these two bat. They really are enjoyable to watch, and I'm going to hand over to Ian Chappell, who's going to join Jeff Boycott.
Thanks, Tony. Well, that little bit of a mishap with the lights is it all seems to have been sorted out. And the ground now looking quite magnificent under lights. Jayasuriya will be facing. And Glenn McGrath has been given the new ball by Mark Taylor. And McGrath had a bit of a slump in the middle of this World Cup, but he came back well in the semi-final. McGrath has picked up Kalu Wadharana in Australia a couple of times after taking a hammering from him, and he did it by pitching right up there, bowling him Yorkers right from the start of the innings. Fairly orthodox field to start with. They have the third man and the fine leg. Mark Taylor is at first slip, and then you have Mark Waugh in a short cover position. He's the second catching man. So nothing out of the ordinary with the field placings to start with. I guess it's a matter of Mark Taylor just waiting to see how these two play. Fine leg, and that's very well run. Jayasuriya back quickly.
Well, I know everybody is watching to see how he throws the bat at the ball, because that tends to be his style, but they score so quickly when they get in, and particularly him, that I think he can afford to just play reasonably sensibly for 2 or 3 overs, because if it's his day, he can take the game away from Australia very quickly. But I don't think there's any need to play like they did against India. Almost first couple of balls they play just slashing at
it. The Test century that he made in Adelaide seems to have made a huge difference to Jayasuriya. I think he looked upon himself as a hitter, somebody who could get you a quick 20 or 30 in the one-day game, and that seemed to be about the extent of his ambition. He played very, very well in Adelaide in a Test match. Started out aggressively, but then he had to work hard for a while, a bit more aggression. It was a very good Test century, and I think he realised that he's a much better player than he'd given himself credit for. Warren again. And it's slippery down there, and Jayasuriya takes advantage of it. Well done.
Well, that bit of a fumble by Shane Warne. Just looked when he got it in his hand that if he'd have thrown it straight over the stumps, Jayasuriya would have been struggling, but it wasn't a very good throw. He made a bit of a fumble, but then he didn't make it better with a very accurate throw. Just had to fetch it a little bit, did Ian Healy.
Good shot. Picked that up very quickly.
Well, it's just a short back lift, little bit of a flip with the bottom hand over the top, and the ball races away. And a shortish back lift, clips it, and it carries a long way, miles over mid-wicket. Super shot.
One of the problems for the outfielders will be if the ball is getting damp because of dew, they'll have a lot of problems making accurate throws from the outfield. And that might be another thing that Mark Taylor will have to contend with. Eight runs off the first over. Then both of them were out in the first over of the semi-final against India, and I guess if you're working on percentages, and you're talking about a couple of good players here, not just a couple of hitters, if you're working on the percentages, you figure that if they've missed out, if they've both missed out last time round, there's a fair chance that one of them is going to succeed this time.
Put it this way, if I was third man, I'd be a bit nervous. It might be coming my way.
Be even more nervous if you felt that there's a bit of dew on the outfield and you know that the ball's going to be just that little bit more slippery when it gets to you at third man, and it's going to have a bit on it, Jeffrey.
I really think that he just could have an over or two. I don't think he needs to repeat what he did against India, going from the word go. He certainly doesn't want to get out, but I don't think they need to just go at it, bull at a gate, throw the bat at everything. Just pick the balls that you fancy.
That's the thing with Kalu, he fancies most of them.
Yeah, he was halfway going to have a go at that, and then he sort of changes his mind as it just swings a little bit off the pitch. Just sort of offered to go away. I think somebody like Fleming, who might swing it a bit, you've just got to give yourself an over or so and see if it's going to swing from him. Because if you start to strike him on the up, where the ball sets off and then it swings, it's not going to finish up in the same place as where it set off. So you just want to see what's happening before you go whacking it over the top.
That's one that he really likes. Anything that's slightly short. Here's a run. Jayasuriya may have been caught out of his ground, but it's turned out to be a bonus for Australia, and they've got three. Michael Bevan was quick in reacting.
Well, this is a nice little bit of luck for Sri Lanka. A mistimed shot, underside edge. Very quick feel in, half a chance. Caught somebody out. Yeah, he would have been out. That's lovely quick thinking. Just didn't hit the stumps and gave away runs. But it was worth a go, I think. An early wicket is always good to put the batting side on the back foot.
Well, Taylor has come up with some changes here in the field. No slip, a short fine leg, and he's got a short cover and a short mid-wicket of the two catching men. And there's a man out at deep backward square. The third man is quite wide. Oh, and he's going again. He could be dead here. Umpire Buckner is calling for the replay. He was back quickly. But gee whiz, that's taking it to the limits.
Well, it's dangerous that he ran, hoping the strength of McGrath's arm wasn't strong and wasn't accurate. A tall man, these fast bowlers have usually got good arms, and it's going to be tight whatever way. Oh. We need a better angle, I think. That's difficult for anybody to tell. But just a silly run. Oh.
Well, I've seen one or two guys hung on very flimsy evidence so far in this World Cup. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I don't see how you can give them out from head on when they're that close.
Yes, as we come back to that old chestnut, we do need this square leg camera at each end to be absolutely certain. Well, I wouldn't like to give that. I wouldn't like to say whether his bat's on the line and that means he's out or he's just made his ground. The third umpire can give that out, then he's a brave man. If he gives it out, all Australia will be delighted.
And he has given him out. Well, I wouldn't like to be hung on that evidence. But on the other side of the coin, it wasn't a very smart run. Sri Lanka 12 for 1.
They usually find in world cricket that the fast bowlers are very strong in the arm, and it's always dangerous to take them on. Like someone like Devon Malcolm for England, he's not an aesthetic thrower but very strong upper body strength. So I'm not surprised that McGrath has a good arm, and it was just a stupid run really. He was just taking the fielder on, get overexcited with the big occasion. We've all done it, but to do it when it really matters in the World Cup final, that will live with him for a long time.
And inside edge, Gurusingha is off the mark in very fortunate circumstances.
Yeah, really good delivery there by Fleming. Ball coming back into the left-hander. Yeah, he just played outside it as well. It didn't come into him much, but just enough. Always used to the left-handers, the ball going across them. I always think when somebody like Fleming can bowl swingers into the left-handers, they can cause more problems. Most bowlers try to bowl across them. The best bowlers I've ever seen at left-handers are people like Fleming who swing it, outswing bowlers who swing it into left-handers.
It's 16 for 1.
And going down. No problem with that, just a quiet little smile from the umpire. A lot of emotion out there. You can expect bowlers to appeal, to clear the throat for anything early on.
McGrath got Kalu Adharana, LBW, a couple of times in Australia. As I said, he tries to pitch the ball right in the block hole early on to Kalu Adharana. Warner's at third man, attacking the ball. Ben McGrath took some stick from Kalu Adharana in the World Series competition, but he fought back well. Also took a bit of stick in this World Cup, but he bounced back when Australia needed him in the semi-final. He'll be bowling to Gurusingha. Glenn McGrath has troubled Gurusingha with short pitch deliveries just up into the ribcage area. He plays the pull shot with a fairly straight bat, hits them in the air. He was caught the other day in the semi-final at mid-on. Mark Taylor's got Steve Waugh placed at wide mid-on, one of the better fielders, and you can bet he's there for a reason. Once again, quite a big shout for LBW, mainly from behind the wicket.
Yes, he's just shuffling across his stumps. He's not really going forward or back. It's a real little shuffle across. Ball might have hit, but it pitched outside leg stump. But it's not a very decisive shot from the new batsman.
Gurusingha got away to an excellent start in the World Cup. 87 against Zimbabwe. I think there were 6 sixes in that innings. And then an 84 against Kenya, 45 against England. missed out against India. Crowd have been pretty noisy. Took a while for them to come in. I think a lot of people were worried about whether the game was going to get started on time because of the overnight rain. They were just a little subdued early on in the Australian innings. It's 17 for 1. That could be a wide. Yes, called by umpire Shepherd. In fact, it's a very nice complex here. It's quite a big park. There's a hockey stadium nearby and a couple of other little cricket grounds. Nice park. Now running around the area. It's really quite a pleasant area for sport and people who are interested in sport. And another wide.
Well, the impression I get is that the Australians are trying to bowl with a lot more aggression than the Sri Lankan opening bowlers. Maybe Fleming's trying a bit too hard and striving for pace instead of using what he's good at, a bit of swing and a little bit of cut. And I don't think he has to try and do anything different unless the batsman hits him a couple of times.
I think what the part of the plan is to try and bowl at leg stump with Kalu Wadharana with a little bit of outswing, hoping that he'll try and whack it on the onside. But neither of the ones that he pitched around leg stump swung. In fact, if anything, they went the other way. Suddenly he's got the outswing again, but it's way outside off stump. Kalu looks a bit tense to me.
Yeah, I'm a great believer that let your bowlers bowl to what they're comfortable with and give the batsman a chance to strike him. If they hit him once, twice, then you can alter, but wait and see if the batsman gets away with it first. At the moment, he hasn't looked as he's going to hit anything anywhere. I mean, that slipped off the face edge. He mistimed the pull that was overthrown for 3. He's had a dart at a couple outside off stump. He's not looked very comfortable at all. And I think he's a good bowler, is Fleming, with being able to swing it. He might as well bowl his own line and see what happens. He might hit it straight up in the air.
Yes, he's definitely a little tense, and I guess he's coming into this big match without the form that Jayasuriya had. A little bit of confidence lacking.
No, see, he just swung again, but he never really gets his foot out. Doesn't go to Singer. He just shuffles, tries to stay on the back foot. Hits him outside the line, fortunately, but that front foot has not really gone very far forward. He's a shuffler around the crease. Almost gets his feet stuck a little bit. He likes to stay on the back foot.
That 4 that he scored came off the first ball, and it was rather fortunate. Inside edge off a good late in-swinging delivery from Fleming. The Australians have shown that they can add about 20 to a target with their fielding. They did that against the West Indies, and the one thing you know about Australia is they'll fight it right out to the end. If you beat Australia, you've played very well. Bit slow to react there, Kalu Wadharana.
Yes, the batsman not quite getting it in the middle either. He was a bit late on it. A little bit of late swing. He threw it up and it just offered to go in. I think they're going to have a hard task, Sri Lanka, to get this total. I think it's very defendable against a really top-class fielding and bowling attack. Somebody's got to play a little bit special for Sri Lanka.
Got that one a bit nearer the middle. It's 21 for 1.
Italy would look a little too far away for Sri Lanka at this point of time. The Australian bowlers mixing up their deliveries, the faster ones with the slow ones, having the Sri Lankan batting very circumspect.
I think Jayasuriya might have been a bit too pumped up with his running between wickets, Ranjit.
Yes, yeah, and I think Jayasuriya was prepared to take a few chances, and I reckon he was a bit unfortunate.
Yes, as I said at the time, I wouldn't like to be hung on that evidence.
Sri Lanka no doubt have to look to Asanga Gurusingha to play a long innings. He's a batsman who's well capable of doing it.
Michael Bevan. And he's almost picked up a couple of run-outs, Bevan. He's very quick.
Yes, Gurusingha, who's been run out thrice in this competition, once again having a very narrow escape.
Well, he's had a couple of near misses, Michael Bevan, and he's showing there that he had his man if he'd have only hit. Bevan again.
Kalwitana still unable to cut loose. He's a bit nervous. The occasion obviously having him a bit overawed. He's still not got his feet moving. That's the Jayasuriya run out.
Very flimsy evidence.
The Australian bowlers maintaining a very full length, particularly to Kalwitana, not allowing him to free his arms, just likes the width. That's it, right down in the block hole.
Well, that's where Glenn McGrath's had his success against Kalwitana, especially early in the innings, right up there in the block hole. He's got him LBW a couple of times. It's 23 for 1. A bit high, that one. In the commentary position now, Ravi Shastri with Tony Gregg.
Thanks, Ian. Let's have another look at this one. He's getting a ball to swing a little bit, and that's hit him right in the tummy. Have a look at the bounce here, going for the pull shot. Didn't bounce as much as he thought, and it ended up just bobbing down in front of him. 23 for 1, 5.1 overs. That's the run rate at the moment and the required run rate. Nothing in it at the moment. This is a huge battle on at the moment. Well, that's in the air. This is going to be out. Yes, he's got him. That's out caught. He's gone for the pull shot. That's very well bowled. A short delivery, and it's been pulled away and caught just behind square.
Well, this is big trouble for Sri Lanka. Kalwitana is one of the players who normally gets them off to a flying start, but has looked uncomfortable out there today. This one hurrying on him, beating him a bit for pace, and in the end, Kalwitana managing to only scoop it in the air. The safe hands at square leg of Michael Bevan. So big blow for Sri Lanka, 23 for 2.
Can he do it again tonight? He's already had a pretty good day, and he's got heaps of experience. This will present a nice challenge for him now. He'll have to settle things down here, while at the same time making sure he maintains his normal game, which is a pretty aggressive game in any event. It's his performance so far. At 66 against India. A magnificent innings. This is the big one. A bit of swing here for Fleming. Oh, what a good shot to start with. Straight down the ground. He's hit that one away. Will it get to the fence? It'll be pretty close. Ward desperately diving over the rope there and pulling it back. That's very well fielded. What a good shot that was for starters.
A beautiful way to get off the mark for Arvinder De Silva. Ball pitched up by Fleming. And Arvinder in beautiful position, driving it straight down the ground, showing the bat makers label there.
Yes, the umpire's just wondering whether the fieldsman actually touched the rope. This is Stephen Waugh. Let's have a look. He touches the ball, pulls it back. No, I think that's fine. I think he just flicked it back and then hit the rope. It's very well done by Stephen Waugh.
Well, the Australians know the importance of these first 15 overs. They must restrict the Sri Lankans. This is the wicket of Kalu Vitarana. The ball hurrying onto him, not quite able to get hold of it, getting it high on the blade, and Michael Bevan taking a simple catch at square leg.
Yes, it bounced a little bit too, and he got right underneath it, hit the splice of the bat. So tragedy here for the Sri Lankans. 2 down, they're 2 little dynamos back in the pavilion. So Guru Singha, the left-hander, pretty watchful at the moment, and Aravinda De Silva out there with him. There's that pull shot again, and he realised, I think, straight away that it had gone straight up in the air. Bevan doesn't drop these.
Well, he's a live wire in the field, almost picked up a couple of run-outs.
Oh, he's missed that one. Gone for it one-handed. It's got through him, and they'll come back for the second. No, they won't. Aravinda's not taking any chances. That is the end of the over. 27 for 2. So 2 left-handers out there at the moment. Guru Singha, lots of experience, and pretty good too in tense situations. And Aravinda down the other end has had plenty of partnerships with Guru Singha. Not much in the comparison there. Suffice to say that Sri Lanka lost 2 wickets. Oh, that's well bowled.
Well, that's a good delivery from Glenn McGrath. Pitched outside the off stump and just moving away off the seam. And Guru Singha sparring at that one, very lucky not to get an edge.
Actually, that was a very good delivery. That actually moved away from the left hand, a little bit off the seam. So perhaps there is going to be a little bit of movement out there for the seam up bowlers. Oh, there's a mix-up here down the non-striker's end. Aravinda getting back. There's a fumble. Well, he wanted a run. Guru Singha said no on the misfield. Quite right, I think. And Aravinda had to go all the way back.
Well, this really would have been disaster for Sri Lanka had Aravinda De Silva been run out. As the ball was played to backward point, and the moment Law misfielded, Aravinda wanted a single, and really if that ball had hit direct, it was all over for Aravinda.
Got that one away nice and fine. They want 2 again. Almost suicidal running out there at the moment. I think this final's getting to them.
That's right, Tony. There's absolutely no need for that at this stage. The runs are coming freely for Sri Lanka. They've already had 1 run out, that of Jayasuriya. And the Aussie fielding at the moment, very good.
24 run-outs in Guru Singha's career, 3 in this World Cup. 1 or 2 of them because he just was slouching along, should have gone a little bit quicker. straight to cover. A batting average of 42 against Australia, just the 1 century. That's well bowled. 28 for 2. A big appeal going down the leg side though. Well, we've had an incredible reaction to the Golden Greats cricket bat. We'll expose it to you in a little while. 14 of the most sought after signatures in cricket. It's beautifully framed. That's a full-size bat, by the way. We get a few phone calls about that. 1,000 of them, a limited edition, and they're all marked. And all the players' names are in the margins there of that lovely frame, and of course the signatures, original signatures, on the bats themselves. That's nicely played. He's hit that one to the gap at mid-wicket. It's running away down to the boundary. Stephen Waugh's after it. Big roar from this crowd. Couple of metres short of the fence. Waugh goes down. Up he gets again. In comes the throw. Flat on the bounce. Right over the bails. That's well thrown. Very good shot too.
Very strong on anything pitched up on leg stump. As Guru Singh, he moves across the stumps here, and really once the ball was in the slot, lovely piece of timing.
Just beginning to get a little damp on the surface. Yes, each of those bats individually signed. They're full-size cricket bats. They come fully framed. Oh, that's a good shot. He's whacked that away over the top of mid-on. One bounce and over the fence for 4. That was short. Onto the back foot, and Aravinda de Silva timed it beautifully. That is a lovely shot.
Well, that's one of his favourite shots. Very quick on anything that's pitched short. And Momin Fleming pitched this one short here. He's got into position so quickly that he manages to hit it over mid-on. Wideish mid-on, one bounce into the fence.
Yes, lots of timing in that one. Really made sure he middled it. Fleming again to Aravinda. Well pitched up down the leg side, slow ball, it's wide. And again a big roar here. I think this crowd detect that the Sri Lankans are slipping behind a little bit, and they're trying to lift them.
Well, Fleming has been guilty of straying down leg stump, and here the attempted off break, not getting the line right.
That time it's picked up, it's setting it off. Yes, US 1,000 for those bats. As we said, lots of signatures there, and all of those players have signed the bats during this World Cup. So there it is, the Golden Greats. That's number 1 of 1,000, and of course that $1,000 includes delivery. Those are the telephone numbers in Australia, New Zealand and South Africa. Just jot that down, get your credit card ready, and make the phone call. The numbers again. Just take note of the number of wherever you might be living. And of course, for those of you living in outward bound places, we've had all sorts of phone calls from all sorts of necks of the woods. That's the number you can ring direct into the telephone marketing operation. 0061 for Australia, 2 565 3777. This is the last ball of the over. A wide delivery. Is he going to let it go? Yes, he does. 8 runs off the over. Sri Lanka 36 for 2. This is McGrath again.
Well, there is a bit of movement out there. Last delivery from Glenn McGrath, seeming, leaving the left-hander.
Yes, that little glare. This was the little glare he gave the bowler as he gave him his cap. That was borderline, I think that says, to Fleming.
You do it again and you'll be called for.
Oh, he wants one, Aravinda. He's got to get back again. These guys, for some reason, seem very edgy out there. It's unlike Aravinda. He's so cool, calm and collected with a bat in his hand. As they're running between the wickets at the moment, they're like cat on the hot tin roof.
Well, the calling has to be decisive here because the Australians are very tight in the circle. They don't give anything away. So even the slightest hesitation could cause a run out.
That's well bowled again, bang on target, middle and leg. Nothing much you could do about that. 36 for 2. Just a little bit of bounce out there too. Watch the line here, upright seam, just nips back at him a little bit. Nicely played by Guru Singha. Tension building in this match. This is the big one, the World Cup final. Never been won by a side batting second.
And this is a good tight over from McGrath. He's bowled nice and straight. He's tucked up the left-hander, not giving him any room outside that off stump. And he has got a bit of bounce as well.
8 runs off McGrath's first over, followed by an over for 1, then 2 in the next over, and then 1. And so far in this one, nothing. Bowling beautifully. That's a great over. In fact, there's one ball to come, but still all dot balls.
See the concentration on his face. He knows the importance of these first 15 overs. There's no need for him to experiment. Sri Lanka have lost a couple of wickets. What he's got to do is bowl straight and make the batsmen take risks.
Tries to get that one away towards mid-on. A maiden over, very well bowled Glenn McGrath. 36 for 2.
Well, the pressure slowly but surely mounting on the Sri Lankans.
Well, that's a youngster who may one day be playing in this big time. That hits the stumps. No touch on it. There's the atmosphere really building up here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. Again, beautifully straight back down the pitch, straight at the stumps. In fact, it hits the middle stump. You can't play much straighter than that. Leg stump that time. That's well played, right into the gap. Aravinda wants the second. Can he do it again for Sri Lanka? That 66 in Calcutta was superb. Well, they've got it worked out already.
Well, there's still a long way to go. They'll have to play very good cricket from here to win this game, because the Australians aren't going to give anything away.
Slow one, he's hit that beautifully. That's a magnificent shot. That will take the pressure off a bit. A slower delivery, he waited for it and smashed it through the onside.
Well, De Silva here gets into lovely position. He waited on that and was beautifully balanced when he played the shot. See him rolling his wrists here and finding the gap to perfection.
It was in the air just for a second, hence the reaction there from Fleming. 4.3 overs, 1 for 30 by comparison with McGrath's 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. Time straight to Mark Waugh fielding a short extra cover. 13 of 11 balls. Strike rate of 118.18. What a player he's been for Sri Lanka.
Very difficult man to contain when in full flow. He's got a very quick eye.
Again, on leg stump. Again, that's whacked away, and that'll go for 4. Yes, desperation down in the boundary there from McGrath. He'd gone a little square to try and cut off those lovely clip shots he's been playing. Full-length dive by him. Didn't quite get there.
Well, this is poor bowling by Damien Fleming. He's got the field on the offside. Here again, straying onto leg stump. The man at square leg is really square. And once Arvinder got this fine, it was 4 runs all the way. Mark Taylor certainly won't be happy with Damien Fleming.
So I think he might have a rope burn when diving right over the top of that rope, just skidded over the top of it. Oh, and well, I thought there was a nick there. There certainly was a noise of some sort. Well, a good over that one for the Sri Lankans. 46 for 2. Even down the ground to mid-off. Well, let's have a look at that last ball of the last over. It must have been pretty close. Thought I heard a nick of some sort.
It seems as if this was a predetermined shot by Arvinder. Really wasn't shot enough. And lucky not to get an edge.
Watch Healy in the background there. All of a sudden he was about to go up and stifled that appeal. Guru Singh hasn't had much strike just lately. Quite happy to watch, I'm sure.
There's no hurry for Guru Singh. What's important now is to preserve his wicket and try and have a partnership with Arvinder, because he's not one to be kept quiet. He's going to go after the bowling. That's his natural instinct, to attack.
Perhaps Shane Warne has been given the word by his captain. Coming in bowl a few overs. He's certainly loosening up furiously. He does a lot of that sort of loosening up these days. You can see they're stretching everything.
Well, that's good thinking by Mark Taylor, because the leg spinner has had success against Arvinder De Silva. We saw Anil Kumble dismissing Arvinder De Silva twice in the 2 games India played against Sri Lanka, and Warne as well has had a lot of success against him in Australia.
So very watchful Guru Singh at the moment. He's actually played 10 deliveries without scoring. 31 balls for 11 at the moment.
Guru Singh probably has decided that Glenn McGrath might bowl just 1 more over after this. So he'll be looking to try and see him off.
He's managed to get that one into the gap. He tried that last over and didn't quite get it away, but that time managed a single. This is a tremendous performance by McGrath. He's had an up and down time of it just lately, especially against Sri Lanka. They've given him a bit of hammer from time to time, but today those are fantastic figures.
And especially when runs are coming at the other end quite freely, he's really kept his concentration together.
And that runs into the gap too. Will they come back for the second here? No, they've decided not to take the chance. .48 for 2.
And out there for the finger spinners when the Sri Lankans bowl. So there's no question about the fact that Shane Warne will get turned.
Just have a look at those figures, fantastic figures. 4 for 36 against the West Indies. That's the last match he played in. 2 for 52 against New Zealand. 4 for 34 against Zimbabwe. So, first time against the West Indies, didn't concede many runs, but no wickets. And here we are today at the start of his spell. Could this be the changing? point in this match. Warren getting himself nice and loose, not in any hurry whatsoever. Aravinda de Silva on strike. Very strong offside field. And that one down the leg side. It's off the toe of the bat. He tried to get it away fine and went through with his shot a bit quickly.
Well, this is a short ball from Vaughan first up, and look how quickly Aravinda goes to play the shot. He looks to paddle it away on the onside, but then the ball hitting the toe off the bat.
I think you'll give that a wide. He's got a tremendous all-round record, Shane Warne. He's 5th in the averages in this World Cup. He's 3rd in the economy rate at the moment, and he has the 3rd most wickets. So not only does he get wickets, he gets them very cheaply. And that's well fielded. One hand stop there by Mark Waugh. It looks to me as if Taylor's placed himself strategically on the onside as well. Just let's have another look at this one. Watch the ball spinning away. He's blasted that through the offside field. That's a beautiful shot. Very little room to move in. Onto the back foot, and he's hit it straight into the gap for 4. That'll do his confidence no end of good.
Well, this is a lovely shot from Aravinda de Silva. He's picked up the length quickly, waited on it, and then got the placement through the offside. Look how late he plays it, gets on top of it, and 4 runs moment it left the bat.
So a little bit of a change. Taylor had a little chat with his bowler. He's moved Mark Waugh a little bit squarer. He's closed up that square field. It's hardly there's hardly any room to move in that area. He's got a very strong field square of the wicket. Oh, and he's hit that one through the field as well. That's a magnificent shot by Aravinda again. He's playing a little blinder of an innings. What good form he's in.
Well, this really is an interesting shot because this is over pitched by Vaughan. But Aravinda has stayed on that back foot, and in fact, when he makes contact, the weight is on the back foot. He opens the face of the blade and again gets the placement absolutely right. Not an easy shot to play.
I don't think there's any doubt now who's getting the support out there from this Pakistan crowd. Flipper in the air. Oh, just short. Well, that really went quickly. But it bounced just in front of cover point. It's Michael Bevan fielding almost dead square on the offside. 11 runs of this first over from Shane Warne so far. This is the last ball. Oh, and I think he might have nicked that. Yes, I think it was a googly. I think he nicked it, and I think it's gone down. So that's the end of it over, and it's 59 for 2. Guru Singh down the leg side. He's flicked that one away towards the boundary. I don't think he'll get this one, Curry. Yes, he will. That's good fielding. Shane Warne down there, and in goes his throw right over the bails. That's well done. Very good fielding by Shane Warne. In the commentary box now, it's going to be Richie Benaud, and with him, Sunny Gavaskar.
Some more heart-stopping cricket at the moment, but most of it being played in this little period by Sri Lanka. 2 setbacks, but their 2 openers gone. Ravinder's quite on a suicide mission between the wickets out there, but he's verging on it.
Well, I think Aravinda possibly wants to keep that rhythm going. He's batting so well. He wants to get to the batting end as much as possible. A lot of the stroke players like to be facing the bowlers almost constantly. They don't like to be at the non-striker's end.
last ball of the previous over. It was a flipper, found the inside edge, came back a little bit, and certainly got a touch. Difficult chance, but Healy actually picked it and had his gloves in just about the right position. McGrath is going to come around the wicket to Guru Singh. Guru Singh has made 14. De Silva has doubled that. Hasn't been in there for very long and is batting quite beautifully.
Asanka Gurusena has definitely thought to himself that he's going to play the anchor role for Sri Lanka. He's going to hang in there while the batsmen at the other end will play their shots, and that's pretty sound thinking, because you need one batsman when you're chasing a score of 241 and you've lost 2 wickets, one batsman to be there at the wicket to keep some sort of sanity when the others are throwing their bats around.
Fielded will stop. They'll still get a single, and they might get another one for an overthrow if Guru Singh wakes up in time. The crowd noise there would have stopped him hearing the call from Aravinda De Silva.
Well, once again, we've seen so often that batsmen presume that the ball will be collected by the fielder or the wicketkeeper, or it'll not result in overthrows. But it's very important to keep your eyes on the ball till the ball is dead. Gurusena had turned his back towards the action once he had reached the safety of his crease at the non-striker's end, and he wasn't even aware that there was another run available.
It's 62 for 2 and only 13 overs have gone. Boundary for the left-hander. That's on the leg side. He has one at deep mid-wicket, one at deep backward square. One thing I can tell you about Warren is that he's struggling out there. The first ball he bowled to Aravinda De Silva came out of his hand a little bit like a blancmange. He's having a problem with that spinning finger. But there's a pain barrier there, and you've got to get through it. Off his first over. Now 15.
Well, even sitting in the commentary box, one was aware of the way Shane Warne was gripping the ball. It was more over the seam with all the fingers rather than with the spinning finger which the leg spinner normally holds the ball with. And there certainly seems to be a problem with his fingers, because he's just not getting the ball to drop in the right place.
The accustomed cry of Bold Shane is becoming come on Warney. Second over. In the match against West Indies, Dale had him on just for a short spell, then brought him back again later on. That's the first one he's really let go.
Yes, you can see the fingers going over the seam. There you see a little tweak, but it was the quicker one.
These pictures from World Tel and Grand Slam and PTV are going around the world to many countries, all the cricket countries, and a few you wouldn't regard as cricket countries either. People will be watching this game. A little bit high.
Shane Warne now certainly using the fingers. In the first over, he was using more of the wrist. And Asanka Gurusena had really no clue as to the way the ball was going to turn into him. He was playing for the straight through.
He held it to 4 off the over, and it's 66 for 2, 14 gone. And he had 8 from his first over, so that's an excellent spell of 6 overs for 9 from McGrath, who's come right back into top form. Will Rifle be in top form? Just talking a little earlier about the countries to which this telecast is going. It's Grand Slam and World Tel and PTV and all the regular countries for cricket, but a few who you might not expect to be taking cricket. They may be sitting there, if not on the edges of their chairs, at least saying, well, what's this all about? But it's wonderful that the pictures and the action should be taken to those countries, because there's always a chance that they'll start playing cricket, or that it will kick on as a game, particularly with the 3 countries from the associate section of the ICC. There's Kenya, UAE and Holland. Could be another 3 in 1999 when the World Cup's played in England. Might be the same ones, but it is very, very good that the television should be taking the sport back to those 3 countries and many others. Get a single. That's actually good running between the wickets, because for a moment he wouldn't have been absolutely certain how far the ball was going because of the man in a short cover. Ponting was the fielder.
Yes, this shot played officially. I think Arvinder is trying to get the ball away as quickly as possible. He's not going to play the waiting game. He's going to push and try and get the runs on the board. He's going to leave the pushing and the prodding to Asanka Gurusena. But that was a risky run he took, because the ball could well have gone to Steve Waugh at mid-off. Paul Rifles had pretty ordinary World Cup so far. He's got 2 for 18, good figures against Kenya, 1 for 45 against West Indies in the group match, and against New Zealand 1 for 38. Didn't bowl too many overs against the West Indies, and he's in his first over here and confronting Asanka Gurusena.
No, he won't get that for a wide. He's giving Steve Buckner a long, hard look, but in fact Gurusena moved inside the line of the ball and then played his stroke. There he goes there. Good shot for 4. He waited for that to be up. He smashed it away down the ground. Good stroke, and drinks are coming onto the field with Sri Lanka 71 for 2, doing it well after 15. Shane Warne bowling the first ball of the 16th over. The field can now be dispersed, and it has been. But there's still 5 inside the circle. Taylor's giving Warren a little bit of extra cover on the offside. There's a man on the cover fence. Now that's the spot where Warren bowled at De Silva in Australia. When he started off, he was trying to do that, but finished up with a wide and one or two weak deliveries.
De Silva does seem to be a little bit more restricted when he's playing shots on the onside, but on the offside he's got a wide range of shots, and with Shane Warne turning the ball away from him, the offside shots would definitely be a lot easier than when the ball is pitched on his leg stump.
That's good play, sensible play, just to push the single on the offside and give the strike to Aravinda De Silva. Now, this is the city of Lahore, and in the background, rapidly coming to the foreground, the lights in the stadium here, the Gaddafi Stadium. And those lights are blazing away now, making it just like daylight. Whereas during the tea break, they were not blazing away. They'll make it like nightlight. Fortunately, they came back on. Many banks of lights here, 6 of the towers, and they're doing a good job at the moment. Very, very good sight for this final. .73 for 2, that was the flipper, and 16 overs have gone. With Vikramasinghe at 10 and Muralidharan at number 11. Once again, the strike goes to Aravinda De Silva, and that's good planning.
Immediately after the drinks break, the Sri Lankans seem to be playing a little bit more controlled cricket. They were earlier on trying to play a bit on the rise, but now I think they seem to have settled down. They know that they needn't do anything silly, pick the 1s and the 2s, and maybe throw their bats later on.
Very close to the shot of the day or night, whichever way you like to look at it.
And one can understand that look from Paul Rifle, because that ball was really not a bad ball at all. It was short of a good length on the off stump, and most batsmen would have been quite happy to have played at it defensively. But Aravinda De Silva is in such fine form that he saw it early, moved into position early, opened the face of the bat, and had it screaming away for a boundary.
Came right off the middle of the bat as well. He's been in good touch, Aravinda, since he came out to play that innings against India. Seems quite a while ago, but in fact it was the definitive innings of the Sri Lankan attack. They had Jaya Surya and Kalavatarana out in the first over, and he came out and played just an absolute gem.
What the Sri Lankans in the dressing room would be hoping for is for Aravinda to keep going. In the past, he has been referred to in Sri Lankan cricket as the Mad Max, because he has these rushes of blood to the head when he tries to give the bowlers the charge. When he has the bowlers at his mercy, he's got maybe 2 or 3 boundaries in the over, but he still wants another one, and has got out trying to play an over-ambitious shot.
Just placed that little bit wide of the man at short cover, and it's 4. Might have gone close to the fielder, but it went at a great pace. Timing is quite magnificent.
Well, this one was a half volley, but even half volleys need to be put away between the fielders, wide of the fielders. If there's a fielder on the boundary patrolling, and put there for just that eventuality. But Arvind De Silva leaning onto that shot very nicely.
Such a brilliant player, totally ruthless when he gets the good balls away, and also clinically efficient when he dispatches the bad ones.
Sri Lanka fading at the start, and now with this partnership getting themselves into very good shape.
It's a nice little partnership developing between these two seasoned campaigners, De Silva and Guru Singh. They've got into the act and playing with a lot of sense, picking the right ones, not taking too many chances, and seeing that Sri Lanka gets back on the road. De Silva looking extremely good, middling every ball, picking the gaps with ease, and certainly things looking up for Sri Lanka. Wonderful crowd out here. Charter flight brought courtesy of Air Lanka, filling the crowds here. The Sri Lankans certainly enjoying the wonderful cricket over here. Introduction of Mark Waugh. Mark Taylor looking to Waugh to break this partnership. Guru Singh moving into play, Mark Waugh, bringing his front foot forward.
It's in the air. Well, it was catchable. And it got through him. He's a good fielder and he's taken some splendid catches so far. But he reckons that it was lost in the lights. He made good ground to it, and then couldn't get his hands where the ball was.
Guru Singh coming down to loft Mark Waugh, and the fielder losing it in the lights, and a bit of a bad miss.
Damien Fleming, the fielder. That's the sort of chance that has to be taken when you're looking at problems such as the Australians are. It's 88 for 2, 18 gone.
De Silva on 39, he'll have to convert this into a very big innings. Sri Lanka need his experience, as runs are not easy to come by. The Australians extremely professional and tight on the field.
Well, this is the little spell that might well tell the tale. One needs to rip into it. Whether we can do that is another matter.
De Silva well prepared to use his feet against the spinners. It takes a little bit of time to settle down against them, but now middling the ball extremely well. It's going to be a great contest here between Vaughan and De Silva.
He's bowled 3 leg breaks so far, which is an indication that Warren himself may know that this is the crucial moment.
De Silva certainly realizes it. He's been very watchful, intense concentration.
There's a man down deep at backward square, Fleming. Those viewers who may have noticed that Fleming's throwing with a slightly different action from the outfield, that's because of the shoulder injury he sustained in the West Indies. Had to have a complete remodelling of his throwing, not to mention his bowling to be able to get back into the Test side.
Gurusingha too, very composed. It's not the greatest of players against spin, but a lot of concentration, very watchful. Has been giving De Silva plenty of support.
There's a beautiful shot with the super slow-mo camera, the leg break shown there. Just the single, and Gurusingha and Aravinda De Silva are still going well.
Now, Mark Taylor has got his two spinners bowling at the moment. He's changed Shane Warne around. He's trying to make use of the breeze there. The Australians need a wicket here. There's a lot of batting in the Sri Lankan lineup.
Yes, I think Sri Lanka have to make it count with Mark Waugh bowling. I know he's got some big wickets, Tendulkar, Lara, but he's very much an occasional off-spinner, and I think you've got to set your stall out to take him for 6 and over without actually gifting him wickets. One of the reasons for that is because I've been seeing a little bit of Shane Warne bowl around the world. Nobody really takes him to the cleaners. He seems to bowl his overs very cheaply and he gets wickets, so I don't think you're going to find too many people who are going to crash him around. So you've got to take your extra runs from somewhere else that he denies you.
Oh, that could have got him. Just getting a little bit carried away, trying to flick it away on the onside. Gurusingha has played 1 or 2 pretty loose shots. Yes, I think all you've got to do is wait for Mark Waugh. He bowls a few shortish deliveries. You can get hold of him. Have a look at this one. He's down the wicket a bit and gets himself into a bit of a tangle there, trying to close the face on it and whack it away to mid-on. All he had to do was hit it straight down the ground. The last thing on earth they need here is to lose a wicket. That's a good shot.
And you shouldn't lose wickets, Tony, to people, occasional bowlers like Mark Waugh. You lose wickets to good bowlers, but at this situation you just want to knock it about, 5 or 6 and over off him and take what you can off Waugh and get him out of the attack. Don't let him take 2 wickets for next to nothing and put the skids under your batting.
That's better. He's hit that one much better, straight down the ground. They'll settle for 1. Waugh not too happy about that. And that's been in the way a little bit. And that's the end of the over, 95 for 2. So Warne to Gurusingha. He's hit that one down the ground. That's well played. A loose delivery, confidently onto the back foot, over the top of mid-on for 4.
Well, he's belted this ball because it's short. He's had time to wait for it to pitch and turn and pick his spot. He's not been picking Warne very well, but that's short. And he's onto it like a flash. Whenever it's pitched up, he's had difficulty, but not when it's down there.
Yes, that was confidently played. Warne again, you can see he wasn't very happy with that delivery. Slipping the flipper in a minute. Oh, he's hit that one down the ground as well. Another short delivery from Warne. This is unlike him at 6. That's a huge hit. I thought that was going to bounce 2 or 3 times. It just kept going and going. The Gurusingha's at his porridge.
Well, I thought he'd slightly mishit it. It was just going up in the air, but it went up in the air all right and kept on going. He certainly likes it short. Not too good when it's pitched up, but he's belted that again. Gone a long way.
Have a look at that. That just kept coming. And watch Guru's face here. He just looked up again, and it just kept sailing over the boundary. Oh, and another loose delivery, and that'll go. No, it won't. That's very well fielded. No ball called as well. Rifle really did very well to cut that one off. He came across that outfield. Looks to me to be pretty damp now. Guru Singha beginning to cut loose, giving Shane Warne a bit of hammer.
Yeah, you don't often see him bowl 2 balls short, then 1 wide down the leg side. 12 runs off 3 balls. Come on, he's saying. You can do better than this.
It's very interesting to see Rifle going across the surface. This will tell you the story about the surface. He really was struggling to get up. Just watch him here, skid and just kept going. He struggled to get up. He just kept going, and then all of a sudden he came to a standstill. So just a little bit damp on the surface. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a better delivery.
He's pitched up. That's what I talk about. He doesn't know which way it's going, this Guru Singha. But the pitch is so slow that if you bowl it short, it sits up and says whack me, and that's how he's hit the 4 and 6. I think Warne's got to get his length. It's got to be full rather than full half volley. Make him drive rather than short.
Again, very short, and again, comfortably played by Guru Singha. So this over really has taken a bit of pressure off the Sri Lankans. 13 runs of this over so far. All of them to Guru Singha. Toss that one up a little bit more, and Aravinda having no trouble with it. So good over for the Sri Lankans. 108 for 2. It's 108 for 2. Mark Waugh continuing with his off spinners. And that one also played away comfortably. So just noticed as Shane Warne walked away, he just rubbed the top of his 3rd finger. He's had a few problems with that finger of his, and just looked to me as if he was rubbing it. He's being brought up now for the right-hander, just to a position behind square on the offside, backward point. And that's a full toss. It's straight to extra cover. In fact, I think that Warne might well be taken out of the attack now. I noticed that Stephen Waugh is loosening up out there. There he is. He's fielding it backward point. Nicely played again into the gap on the offside. 1 more to the total.
Yes, I think these 2 batsmen, instead of trying to look for the big drive or the big shot, it's a boundary, just milk him 1 every ball, knock it into the gaps. That's what they should be doing. The run rate's quite nice for them. They don't have to go helter-skelter, bashing it for 7 or 8. Just keep knocking it into the gaps. Letting Mark Waugh get away with a good over. Just tossing it up, little prep school off spinners, and hitting it straight at the fielders.
That one's a little quicker, a little short too. 3 runs from the over, 111 for 2.
Think about it, what he did wrong, and he's got quite a few options. People like Steve Waugh, an excellent bowler. You tend to sort of relax a little bit when somebody just right arm medium just lollops up to the wicket. He doesn't rush up there, and then he'll bowl you a magnificent delivery that cuts away, and he just surprises you. I think what happens is you keep your thinking so high and concentrated against the top order bowlers. Someone like he comes on and you think, oh well, is he just up and down medium pace, and you just don't concentrate as hard.
Yes, well, Stephen Waugh has got plenty of wickets in his first or second over back in. He does a few things very well. He tends to bowl the outswinger. Don't think he's going to get much swing here, but he bowls a good variation of slower balls. Bowls the off cutter, leg cutter.
Yes, he gets his wickets actually with good balls as well, Tony. Not like Mark Waugh, or somebody will play a silly shot.
Well, the score's 111, and umpire Shepherd is in the habit of making sure that when the score's on 111, he gives it the little hop. It'll happen now, and it might even happen again. 111 for 2. It stays on 111. This will be torturing umpire Shepherd. In our dressing room at Sussex, we had to get both feet off the ground. Just a little short there, not difficult to play those away. So I'm not sure that it's all that wise to go around the wicket straight away. So we're getting near to the halfway mark here. 112 for 2. Isn't he playing well? 43 or 45. Oh, that's very well played. He's got that away fine. That'll go for 4. That was a bad delivery, but it had to be played well, and he played a beautiful little leg glide. Fieldsman down there wide, so 4 all the way.
Yes, it wasn't such a great ball down leg side, but it's a batsman who knew exactly where the field was placed. And he just played a touch shot, just nicely glancing it fine, and letting the ball run away with pace. He knew exactly where the fielder was placed, wide on the leg side.
Five from the over, 116 for 2. Now they've got to score it around about... watch this one, it's driven away, and in fact a little lucky there, pushing it away on the offside. He didn't quite middle that one. Yes, they need about 4.8 now per over, and that really isn't all that tough when you've got wickets in hand. In fact, there it is, exactly 4.65 per over required, and they're going along better than that.
Yeah, it's just the same as when Australia were batting with Mark Taylor. They were just in a comfort zone, and these two are, but once a wicket or two goes down, then that changes the whole scenario. Ricky Ponting and Mark Taylor were just comfortably knocking it around at 5 and over, but as soon as they both got out, the new batsman didn't find it quite so easy, and I dare say that anybody coming in new won't find it quite so easy against Shane Warne.
Yes, that's why Australia need a wicket. They need it desperately now. They need a breakthrough here. That one's short outside off stump. Not a very good shot from Gurusingha. Straight to backward point. Just trying to hit that one just a little hard. So he's got on to 49. He's done very well. 73 balls. And that's it. He's half century. Well, he had a few close calls early on, but Asanka Gurusingha has made a half century here in the World Cup final when it really mattered.
Yes, he's not the most elegant player, but he's very effective, and he's done it when it matters in a pressure situation. God, beautiful shot. Width again, you see, as I was saying when Sri Lanka were bowling. Give the batsman width. When you're bowling slow, you've got problems. 50 for De Silva, an elegant 50. 2 half-centuries then for the not-out batsman. Put Sri Lanka in a good position. What they've got to do now is keep the wickets intact and don't throw that initiative away.
Yes, look at those figures, 50. So Stephen Waugh again, round the wicket, he's going to continue, and that one's short again. He went for the pull shot there, missed that one, and no wide given. He's obviously having a few problems on the front crease there, Stephen Waugh. I think what's happening is that over the grass, the leather undersails there are getting damp. Well, what a victory this will be for Sri Lanka if they get there. They won't be counting their chickens just yet, but they had a tough time down in Australia. And having lost the World Series to them, they'll reckon this will be justice. Let's have a look at the feet, see if they slip. Have a look at that front foot go. Yeah, I think a little bit of dampness there. Those are lovely pictures. He slipped a couple of inches there. That's pretty difficult. Off the edge, and that's a 100 partnership. Well, it could end up being the match-winning partnership. Aravinda De Silva is playing magnificently in this match, followed by that great knock of his in the semi-final. What a hero he'll be down in Sri Lanka. In fact, I know that he's not going to be spending too much time there on the way back, because he's coming down to Australia to play in a World 11 down there against this Australian team. I'll be tired of the sight of him, I tell you. Yes, they're going along neck and neck, 51 apiece at the moment. Another single. They really are doing it quite easily at the moment.
Well, I think this is the danger time. I just, my nose is in the 26th over that Australia lost their second wicket, 137 for 2. And they were coasting very nicely, 5 or 6 and over, looking for a score of 280 or maybe more. And then it all happens, the wickets collapsed. And this is the danger, nicked it, not out. This is the danger for Sri Lanka. They've got to keep the concentration. 124 for 2.
So there it is, 124 for 2 now, and just 25 overs have been bowled. So right bang on the halfway point. They've got to get 241. They've got 124. And they've got 8 wickets in hand, and that's the important factor at the moment. That run rate has been hovering around about 4.6, 4.7, and there's nothing in the comparison. Well, this will be interesting. They've used Michael Bevan a lot, and it'll be interesting to see whether Guru Singh can pick him. He's likely to bowl a few little jaffers, this Michael Bevan, but he also bowls a few loose deliveries as well. Short delivery, that's well fielded.
Well, he didn't make many runs with the bat, but he can certainly give himself a couple for this. Brilliant stop. Left hand top stop was that.
Got that one away on the offside. It beats the fieldsman too. This will go down to the boundary. The sweeper cuts it off, and they end up settling for just 1.
See, this is the sort of time where I always think if you had 2 wickets to the score, 130 for 4 is not so clever. And if you then had Warne and Bevan bowling wrist spinners, the new batsman might have great difficulty picking them. So De Silva and Guru Singh want to be very careful. Don't be going for the big shot. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Get a lot nearer that 241.
Short delivery, smashed away square. Fieldsman back there will cover it. There's a fumble. They still settle for 1. They only know one way though, Fiery. There's a pretty aggressive streak in these Sri Lankans.
Yeah, well, I think you can be positive, and you should be. That's the way they play. But I don't think you want to be gung-ho. It's a matter of keeping your cool, mentally thinking your way through situations. I think they've come of age better than they used to be. Very mature now.
He's hit that in the air. This will be out court. Yes, he's gone. Oh, he's dropped it. I don't believe it. Stuart Law's down there. That's got to be the World Cup gone. I cannot believe that you can drop a straightforward catch like this. That was hit straight down his throat. These Sri Lankans have got to the Aussies. That was a straightforward lollipop catch. Have a look at this.
Well, for good fielders, which most of the Australians are, that is as straightforward as you'll get in the deep. Didn't have to move too far. The ball came fairly straight at him. Comfortable height. Long time to see it.
Well, what a giveaway that was. In the air for a long, long time. Hit both of his hands and just popped straight out.
See, this is a captain's nightmare. Good bowling change, gets him a wicket, bringing Bevan on, and the fielder drops a lollipop. Now that would have been a smart bowling change by Mark Taylor. You can't catch it for the fielder, but he can make the changes and it would have worked.
Singer pushing that one down the ground to mid-off for 1. And so Sri Lanka 129 for 2. Stephen Waugh continuing. And Stuart Law not feeling too good out there, I wouldn't have thought. Here we go again. That's the short delivery pulled away. It's high and down to deep mid-wicket. Here it goes, in and out. And he wouldn't have felt too good as that one dropped to the grass. And that's a bit of a bottom edge. It's running away over this outfield quite quickly, and it'll go for 4 as well. Well, it wasn't a very good delivery either. That was quite short, and it was a bit of a bottom edge, but went away very quickly to the fence for 4. So the scoreboard really reeling at the moment. It's a slower one, bottom edge. In fact, it might have even been off the middle of the bat. Down to fine leg for 4. Take over in the commentary box now. It's going to be Ian Chappell, and with him is Ravi Shastri.
Thanks, Tony. And I think he frustrated himself a bit just in the last couple of overs. Guru Singh. He's had some loose deliveries and hasn't put them away. And that last one, having got that to the boundary, might just help matters for him a little bit. I think he actually backed himself to hit Bevan's long hop for 6 and just miscued a little bit. And he got a very lucky break when Stuart Law grasped it.
It's certainly a slice of luck, because we've seen it so often. Long hops going straight down the throat of the fielders.
That's timed nicely.
But this is the opportunity for Sri Lanka to really take the game away from Australia. If they can bat together, these two, for the next 5 overs or 6 overs, they can really put pressure on the Australians. Because the ball seems to be coming onto the bat. The dew in the outfield could have just helped the wicket to bind.
No ball called by umpire Buckner.
One just gets the feeling that the spinners have found it hard to grip the ball out there in the middle. Probably one of the reasons why Shane Warne hasn't been too successful.
It was interesting. Guru Singh turned to umpire Shepherd and just asked him how many balls to go. I think he's having a little bit of trouble with his concentration and just thinking that there's only a couple of balls to go. I'll just play them out and have a bit of a breather. Bit of a sign that the concentration might be wavering.
It's right, Ian. It's not a bad idea at this stage to give Arvinda as much of strike as possible. Take a break and think over, and then come back again.
It's 137 for 2. Here in Lahore, lights are magnificent. And Bevan must have got a touch. He asked the umpire, but Aravinda was back quickly.
That's one way Sri Lanka won't want to lose a wicket. Hit back straight by Gurusingha, just clipping the fingers of Bevan. But luckily for Sri Lanka, Aravinda's bat well in.
I have to say that was good backing up by Aravinda. He did it absolutely correctly. He hadn't got into top gear, and as soon as the ball was hit straight, bang, the bat was back in the crease quickly. That's your best defence against the straight drive and being run out at the non-striker's end, which is probably the worst known way to get out.
Well, these two batsmen playing it very sensibly out there. They know here that Sri Lanka are in with a huge chance to win this World Cup. And once the total chase comes below 100, and that will be a big psychological advantage to Sri Lanka.
I'll tell you what, if they win, I'd like to be on that charter flight home tonight, Rafi. That'll be a party on the plane.
Not to mention the streets of Colombo. It's their first World Cup final, and if they can walk away as winners, it really will be a great achievement. But still, a lot of cricket to be played, still over 100 runs to get. At the moment, Sri Lanka definitely on top.
That charter flight from Colombo flew in this morning, and it flies out this evening, well, tomorrow morning actually, around about 3 o'clock in the morning. They're all that charter group are in the one stand, and they'll literally be flying high if Sri Lanka win. .101 needed for Sri Lanka. Keeping up a very good run rate to Sri Lanka, despite losing a couple of early wickets. Harrison, nothing in it, and there's some of the Sri Lankan fans, and they're just starting to get mobile. Mind you, I don't think they're ever still at a cricket match. The music is, even if they haven't got a band there, I'm sure the music is playing in their head. They have great rhythm, and they really do come to the cricket to have a good time.
Very much like the crowds in the West Indies, they've got music in their blood. And really, they're having a ball out there. So Paul Rifle back into the attack. Batsman on strike, Aravinda de Silva.
This, we're sort of getting into that same area that we're in the semi-final now, where the West Indies were cruising with Lara, their best player, and Chanderpaul giving him great support. Similar situation here with Aravinda, if not their best player, he's certainly their most talented. He should be their best player. And the Guru is playing very solidly. They've got the target down to about 100. And this is where the Australians are tough. Other teams fold in this situation. Suddenly it just becomes a little easier. A few runs come along and the other side realise they're on top, but that doesn't happen too often with Australia because they don't fold, although Stuart Law has put that catch down. But this is crunch time in the final.
Certainly is, Ian, and very important. That's why these two batsmen keep talking to themselves, keep their concentration going, because this next 6 or 7 overs could well decide the game.
Yes, there's a confidence in the stand amongst the Sri Lankans that wouldn't be quite shared by the two men in the middle. And good save there. Mark Waugh getting a hand on it. This is what Australia do in this situation. Just save the odd run here, the odd run there. We saw them do it to the West Indies, and Well, it provoked a bit of panic. I think the West Indies just panicked off their own bat as well, but they were provoked a bit by Australia.
Well, what it does is it puts further pressure on the batsman. So that's what the Sri Lankans must realise. They mustn't panic, because at the moment they're really going well. The left-handed, right-handed combination doing a fine job. Because when Australia batted, they were at in a similar situation. But the difference here is that Australia were looking for a score of 280 or 290. They took further risks and in the bargain lost some wickets. But Sri Lanka know their target. It's not 280, it's 240, and less than 100 runs to get and less than 5 runs per over.
Aravinda with that very individual grip of his, hands wide apart. It almost hit a boundary in that gap between his hands.
It is a funny grip, but he certainly has timed the ball beautifully out there. Ever since he came into bat, where he hit that straight drive down the ground, he's looked an impeccable touch.
It's 144 for 2. 74 to the skipper. Taylor, in partnership with Ricky Ponting, set Australia on the road to, as Ravi mentioned, something around 280, 290. But then good spin bowling by Aravinda de Silva and a bit of help from Jayasuriya and Muralitharan got them back into the game.
What was most impressive was the length they bowled. They bowled full. They made the batsmen score in front of the wicket. Didn't give them any room and didn't allow them too many opportunities to play off the back foot. So another full toss from Bevan. So it does seem that every time the ball goes out into the outfield, it gets a little wet. You can see Bevan here trying to dry the ball with the towel. And these are the Sri Lankan bowling figures for you. The medium pacer is going for a few runs, but then the spinner is doing a fabulous job. Aravinda de Silva there, quite outstanding. 3 for 42 of 9 overs.
Runs coming easily. It's just a matter of whether Sri Lanka can keep their head or whether Mark Taylor can pull a move here that can create a little bit of panic. Australia have had 2 tough finals, a chase against New Zealand, and then they defended magnificently against the West Indies. Talking to Ian Healy at the airport the other day, and he said he didn't think there'd be 3 close ones in a row. He said he thought that one side or the other would probably win easily. I don't know if that was wishful thinking, if the nerves were starting to get a bit taut after 2 close ones.
Well, the West Indies certainly won't forget that game. They had it in their pockets. Some potty batting at that stage led to their downfall.
This is why Gurusingha frustrates himself at times. He gets loose balls and doesn't put them away. Suddenly the pressure of the scoreboard not ticking over quickly enough builds up. It's 147 for 2. Put away a couple of the loose deliveries. Now just rushing so that he doesn't hold the bowler up for too long. It's rare that the opposition get any breaks against Australia because they field so well, but Sri Lanka have been fortunate tonight. Damien Fleming was the offender on the first occasion. Gurusingha lofting that one away, and as he slid into it, the ball just going straight through his hands.
Well, that really was a costly miss.
And he's bowled him. So a real loss of concentration there from Gurusingha, and that'll revive the Australians. Just what Sri Lanka didn't want.
Well, just what the doctor ordered as far as the Australians are concerned. Gurusingha had asked for a fresh pair of gloves. Really losing concentration here, giving Rifle the charge, making no contact and having his off-stump peg back. Big blow for Sri Lanka, 148 for 3.
They're two senior men at the crease when the game is really on the line. But what Gurusingha has done by losing concentration and I think frustrating himself by not putting away loose deliveries, what he's done is revived Australia, and we saw how dangerous that can be in the semi-final.
Absolutely right, Ian. They've got a sniff that they have a chance here now. The Australians will certainly see a spring in their stride. They needed a wicket desperately, and Gurusingha obliged. Arjuna Ranatunga, who averages 97 in this World Cup, easily at the top of the averages. Today is his chance to play really one of the most important innings of his life.
And he's off the mark with a boundary. He's got a very cool head, the captain. And let's see if he can keep it that way under World Cup final pressure.
Well, he got a lot of runs in the semi-final against India there. Again, opening the face of the blade at the very last minute. The man at third man is square, and he had absolutely no chance of stopping that. So that boundary would certainly ease the pressure on Ranatunga.
Well, I'd said before, we've got the two best captains as well as the two best sides in this final, and it's been attack and counter-attack from these two captains. Mark Taylor has moved straight into first slip after seeing that shot. Neither captain will sit back for long and just let the game slip away from them. They both captains try and do something to haul the opposition back in.
Well, that's the right thing to do, because if you let the game slip away, allow it to get into a pattern, then things really don't happen. But Mark Taylor is one of those kind of captains who's a perfectionist. He saw that one ball going through the slip cordon in there very quickly.
Excellent work. Ricky Ponting at square leg. Good quick call there from Arjuna Ranatunga. Running between wickets isn't his strong point. He was very quick to put the hand up there and let his partner know that he wasn't coming. That's well run. Ponting getting a direct hit. And Buckner quickly into position and doesn't even bother to call for the replay. It's 153 for 3 by Paul Rifle. Just given the Australians a bit of a sniff that they may have a chance to come back, produce their third incredible victory in the final series. Rifle with 1 for 22, Fleming 1 for 34, McGrath bowled extremely well early on. But Rifle virtually handed his wicket by Gurusingha. Gurusingha giving him the charge, really had lost concentration and got a bit frustrated. And once again we see Mark Taylor, as soon as he gets that feeling that there's a chance, on comes Shane Warne. Warne has done it so often for Australia. Can he do it once more?
Well, this will be a good test of Warne's temperament. He's gone for a few runs in his first 5 overs. But we saw him in that game against the West Indies, that he can come back firing.
Well, there was quite a significant moment there. Shane Warne, this is before he bowled his first delivery. He's bowling to Arjuna Ranatunga, and here is the psych job. Ranatunga has told the press that he believes there's a fair amount of hype involved in Shane Warne's bowling. In fact, I should put it correctly. That was the message that was passed to Shane Warne. The press came with a quote. Now, whether they used the whole lot or not, but apparently part of the answer said that there was a bit of hype involved in Warne's bowling. And Shane Warne was aroused, let me tell you, by that quote. And he was giving Arjuna the long stare. And they should be looking for 2. And a collision with Shane Warne. There's 2 easily now on the misfield.
Well, De Silva here actually sending Ranatunga back, slipping there and going straight into Shane Warne. And a rare misfield from Ricky Ponting, allowing him to come back for the second. There again, Warne rubbing the ball. It gets wet when it goes out into the outfield.
Yes, I think you got an idea of what the ball is really like when you saw Shane Warne's face when the ball came back to him last time, and shaking the head now. Doesn't like it.
Well, it's never easy because he's one bowler who likes to give it a rip. And when it's wet and slippery, you can't do that.
That's the leg break. You'll be very lucky to get that one. Can't put much over a man who's smart enough to change from pints to half pints as his training method. Oh, Mark Waugh again. It's 156 for 3.
And vice captain in together. The run rate and the run rate required is around about the same figure. Arjuna Ranatunga.
Sri Lanka needed to keep the Gurusingha-De Silva partnership intact, but a sudden rush of blood and Gurusingha is gone. This has given Australia a new lease of hope, and there's Ranatunga and De Silva now at the wicket. Ranatunga just come in, and De Silva a very good knock, 62 not out. Certainly a masterly one.
Once again, that deft stroke away through the gully area, deliberately angled bat. Ranatunga endeavouring to take his side along to the moment where they can receive that World Cup trophy. What a magnificent thing to be carrying back either to Sri Lanka or to Australia. At the moment, the Sri Lankans slightly have the edge. Still 7 wickets in hand.
Certainly Sri Lanka requires De Silva to play to the end. He's held the fort and played brilliantly.
Such a great timer of the ball, Ravinder De Silva. When he came out in that match against India after Jayasuriya and Kalavattarana had been dismissed in the first over by Javagal Srinath, the timing was quite extraordinary. No thought of playing himself in, getting the pace of the pitch. He just stroked the ball with very little effort, and before the fielders had time to turn round, it was smashing into the hoardings.
Once again shows how De Silva quickly gets into position. He virtually dictates to the bowler, really getting into position and making the bowler bowl where he wants the ball delivered.
Nicely placed. Fleming, the fielder. We've shown you the winner's trophy. That's the runners-up trophy. It'll be very nice, but be a heart-wrenching moment for the losing captain when he collects that. However, these two teams have, as Ian Chappell pointed out, been the best in the competition. And they also happen to contain the best captains. .158 for 3. Four chances missed by the Australians. Healy, a catch and a stumping. Difficult catch, inside edge from a flipper. Catches by Stuart Law and Damien Fleming. Two of the best catches you'll find in Australia. Good evening, Geoffrey Boycott.
Evening, Richie. Evening, everybody. Yeah, it's so important for Shane Warne to bowl well. He's a big match winner, but I think also if I was Ranatunga, I'd be talking to De Silva and I'd be saying to him, don't be playing shots like that. You've got to bat through the innings and we'll bat around you. This is not really short enough to be doing that. De Silva's the man that can win it. He's put him in a strong position, but if he gets out and then it's two new batsmen starting, the game's on for Australia then. So important in tight one-day matches that people who do get in go on and play big innings as they're not satisfied with a 40, 50 or 60. And he's the guy they've got to say, that run rate looks okay at the moment, but if you get out, we might have a problem or two. Stay in, bat through.
There's just a little moment of thought about what's happening out there. It's the first time the run rate required, the one on the bottom line of our caption, is shown in excess of 5. Still quite gettable for Sri Lanka, but that's the first time it's happened. Six runs from the last 3 overs, and Taylor now has 6 men inside the circle. He's giving Ranatunga the chance to hit straight down the ground if he wants. flipper, but he's well forward. He's going straight on. That's the end of the over. It's 159 for 3 and 34 gone. Great piece of fielding at mid-on. Save 4. They got 1. So I suppose you'd say it only saved 3.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, slightly on the up. The dive there was equal to the shot. This is where the fielders are coming in to save the single. And somewhere along the line that Ranatunga, captain for Sri Lanka, has got to pinch a few singles. He's got to angle it somewhere. And that's not going to be easy with 5 men saving the one. Pitched outside.
There's pitching outside leg. Be just a little touch of nerves there. They're going along very well. Not too many worries at the moment with the captain, vice captain in, and an asking rate of only 5 and over. There's just that thought I mentioned that it's the first time it's actually got up above 5.
They've got stuck a bit, Richie, since Ranatunga came in. Pressure's just being pulled in by Australia. It seems to me the captain, Ranatunga, is playing across the pad. Instead of playing at the ball, he's sticking his pad on the line, a little bit circumspect, and then playing around his pad. Didn't seem quite so confident. The foot's there and he's having to come around it, and he's then trying to get the leg out of the way. He's been playing Shane Warne like this as well. Foot's going too far over. Somehow he's got to try and relax, yet keep a concentrated mind, but just relax and bat. He needs to get the runs flowing a little bit.
Well, if he's been at some pains to say that he doesn't think Shane Warne's much of a bowler, maybe Warne he attacks next over. Would that be logical, Geoffrey?
It'll be very interesting and very difficult, I think. I think it will help him that he's a left-hander. Warne will be coming into him. I think you've got to go mainly after the seamer, not Warne. He's the guy who's liable to pick up 2 quick wickets. People don't read him very well. I think I'd want to play his 3 overs very sensibly, get him out of the attack, get his 10 overs over with.
Take 2 for that. It's extraordinary what an effect 2 runs can have where none have been coming. Suddenly the batsman will feel a surge of relief. Good over. Rifle has finished that 35th over, 162 for 3. There's just a little bit of tension creeping in out there. Another 80 needed from 45. So that asking rate is not quite up to 5.5 at the moment.
Well, I think they've done it really well of Australia. Sri Lanka were posting quite nicely. As soon as Gurasinghe gave his wicket away, Mark Taylor's just got it right. A very smart cookie. Pressure's on now for Sri Lanka. You can feel it.
The overs at the moment are quite different from that semi-final at Chandigarh, where McGrath was left around about this point with 7 to bowl. In fact, he's bowled 7 now. So it's going to be Fleming who'll have 5 to go. Let's get the single there. Steve Waugh and Mark Waugh. They'll have to bowl out 10 between them. Bevan's there as well. Taylor would use him, I suspect, if he picked up another wicket. It's also a question of what Taylor will do with Warren's last 2 overs. Ranatunga, no man down at long off and no man at long on. Big gap there for the left-hander, enticing and inviting. Tunga knows there's just one to come, so does De Silva. The fumble. Been so many fumbles from both sides today. 164 for 336.
So the runs have dried up a little bit. I think they need a couple of good overs, do Sri Lanka. Not necessarily big ones, but a couple of overs where they get 5 or 6. Get the confidence up, get the runs ticking around, and it's just become very static. 12 runs have been added off 5 overs, and that's they've just lost 12 or 15 runs there. If they go on for another 4 or 5 overs, not scoring many, then they start to get a serious problem, and if they lose a wicket, they've got a problem. Even De Silva's found it difficult to pierce the gaps, and he's been playing quite beautifully. He's the man that's got to bat through it. Somebody should have told him, bat through to the end, make 100, and let us do what we have to do at the other end. If we lose a wicket or 2 at one end, it's okay, but if you start losing wickets at both ends, then you're in serious difficulty.
Beautiful stroke. Thought it was going for 4, and they didn't run quickly on the first one. Only finished up getting 2.
Well, really poor running was this. I mean, it went through. The guys had to turn around and chase it almost a few yards from the boundary rope. They're just running very sloppily. Should have been easy 3. Every run is vital at this stage.
A lovely bow to it, that bat of De Silva's. All the youngsters who get their bats and beat it with the ball on a stick, they know the feeling. It's a kite, I think, possibly motor controlled. A few Australian fans over here, not all that many, some on tour, some who come on special tours from Australia. Another fumble. 5 off the over, which is just what Sri Lanka needed. 170 for 3 from 37. This is what happened. He just recovered it from a boundary. Great stroke. They'll throw to Ranatunga's end wherever possible. De Silva is like lightning between the wickets. Mark Waugh is bowling, so they're trying to keep 2 of Shane Warne's overs for the end.
Yes, and while Australia are doing that, keeping their main spinner till the end, it was difficult to hit. If it gets tight, where Sri Lanka needs 6 or 7, Sri Lanka have to be smart enough to realise that, and I keep saying you can't allow Mark Waugh to bowl little slow, gentle, pretending off spinners and get away with it. Sharp. It's only 1. He's hitting the fielders too often, not getting any boundaries. And before they were going and piercing the fielders. The run rate's just slowing down because he's not able to get the 4s.
Tension the spectators, not just in the dressing rooms of the 2 teams. Now Mark Waugh is going to go round the wicket to Arjuna Ranatunga. It was another left-hander where he had a chance missed by Healy, a stumping chance earlier. In the air but safe. Ranatunga's looking for 2, but McGrath's the man down at deep mid-on. The last 2 overs Sri Lanka have played it very sensibly. Picked up 5 from 1 over, and now they're up with that again, and still with the ball to go in this over from Mark Waugh. 175 for 3, 38 gone.
Against the others. Fairly equal Stevens at the moment. Wicket's the key for Australia. Keeping the scoreboard ticking is the key for Sri Lanka. Well, that was a strange delivery. Didn't look as if he bowled a particularly slower ball. Just kept low and deceived the batsman. Tension has got to the batsman. There we are. Not often you see him none for 39 off 8. Not been the best of days for him. People have not read him too well, yet he hasn't got any wickets yet. Didn't run very quickly, just 1.
Packed house here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. No shortage of bogongs out there. Quite large ones as well. Favourite moth variety in Australia. Just looking at the Australian bowling figures at the moment, looks as though Rifle will bowl now. And then McGrath can finish with 3, and that'll take care of the 6 overs to be bowled at that college end. Then Taylor has a choice with Fleming and Warne. One of them will not bowl out his full 10 overs. They've got through 11 with those other 3 bowlers, the 2 Wars and Bevan. A nice stroke, beautifully placed. Tunga was, it wasn't quickening.
Well, there was a big hesitation there from the captain, Ranatunga. Seemed a comfortable quick 2. I wouldn't say easy, but if you run quickly, it was quite comfortable. And a long way, and he's just sort of hesitated. Look, he just put his hand up, didn't really want to go, and then he had to hurry at the end. It's a bit of a puff when you've got a little bit of weight you're carrying.
Tunga will also be calling. He'd like some gloves, and I suspect there'll probably be some water brought out as well. The end of the over, 179 for 3 and 39 gone. Beautifully placed.
Well, this is a very deft touch shot. Didn't try to whack it out of the ground, just waited for it and played it very fine. Beautifully played.
This is the sort of over Sri Lanka needed. 2 twos from the first 2 balls played.
That's right, 4 off the over, and the ball's now gone into the outfield, quite wet. Mark Waugh having to towel it down and wipe it very carefully so he can grip it.
Five from the first 3 balls, so Sri Lanka are well on target for what they need there.
I think what they have to do though is try and get that run rate just down to 5. They don't want to keep it up near 6 or even at 6. 5.5, just get it down to 5s if they can. Most people will be aware how difficult it was for the West Indies to hit Shane Warne in the last overs. I don't think it'll be any easier for Sri Lanka, so they don't want to leave themselves too many to get when he's got a bowl at the death.
That's very well played. They'll need to play that short third man quite a bit finer. It wasn't a nick, it was a very, very good shot.
A really cute shot. Bit of class here. Wonderfully played. Lovely wrists. Let the ball come on, waited and waited. Very smart work. First boundary for 8 overs, 10 off this over so far. Wonderfully played. Get after the weak bowler, get after Mark Waugh, but don't give him your wicket. And they've done it to perfection this over so far. 2, misfield. Ooh, that's a big over for Sri Lanka. Really big over, takes to 191 for 3. Well, if you're a Sri Lankan supporter, you'll be saying bat through De Silva, right through the innings, make 100, and they should get home. He is very much a key player. His captain's played a nice little innings, but De Silva is the key to bat right through. They will win if he bats right through.
Taylor's keeping himself in at slip alongside Healy. There was a chance there with that little stroke Ranatunga played so well off Mark Waugh in the last over. He tried against Rifle the previous over and played and missed.
Good bowling by Paul Rifle, just bowling about leg and middle, not giving the left-hander too much room. I think he's bowled very well, Paul Rifle. Very steady performer, underrated player.
Well, this is the over I was talking about so far anyway. Just a single from the first 4 balls to make up for the last one where they took runs off Mark Waugh, 12 of them. Just out of reach, and they'll get runs for it. They might even get 3 if they move quickly enough.
Well, that was nearly but not quite. Very smart bowling by Paul Rifle, tucking up the left-hander on his legs, and it nearly paid off. Just being chipped over Ricky Ponting. Not too comfortable with the ball, tucking him up on his legs. It's a little nudge there, and it just got over. Yeah, well bowled. Nothing for a smart piece of bowling, that over at the left-hander.
Four off that over, 195 for 3 in 41.
Would be there at the finish.
So Shane Warne. That one's cut nicely away. They've got to sweep her back, so they get 1. Yes, and I suppose it's a sweet revenge too. The Australians gave them a pretty tough tour down in Australia. They pretty well enjoy this.
Yes, certainly. I'm sure if they could defeat the Australians, Sri Lankans certainly are going to enjoy this. But looking at it from the positive point of view, I think that Australian tour did so much for the Sri Lankans to get to where they are.
Certainly gave a bit of strength of character. Battlers. They did very, very well down there. They did. This is Warne again. Well played again. It's played just back at a square to be cut off. This crowd beginning to get involved now as they get closer and closer.
Aravinda De Silva, he's been playing so well. It's Lionel, the lone Sri Lankan supporter, being shouldered, and the Sri Lankans are just going raptures here. It's a tremendous atmosphere, this World Cup final.
Well, we've seen him run all around Australia supporting these guys. So that last single brought up the 50 partnership.
Aravinda De Silva and Ranatunga have been together on many Sri Lankan partnerships which really have brought them success. They're here together in this one too. It certainly is a good omen.
Ranatunga looking for one. De Silva not interested that time.
De Silva, what a fine innings this has been. He's a man for the great big occasion, and he's certainly obliged.
He's got that one through the field, although the sweeper will pick it up again. They'll get two. So what will they be doing down in Colombo at the moment? All huddled around TV sets, no doubt. The parties will be starting.
I'm certain everyone must be behind or watching a TV set at some point, Tony. I don't think any work is being done there, or anyone would be in bed. That's 200 for 3 Sri Lanka in 253 balls.
A little top edge on that one, but there's no one behind square apart from the man on the boundary, so one more to the total. 201 for 3. 1 for 40 his figures, and that's a beautiful shot. That's caressed through the offside field. He's played a few of those today. His innings in the semi-final, repeated here in the final, have been a pleasure to watch.
What a glorious shot there by Aravinda De Silva. Certainly epitomizes his brilliance, the brilliance he's played with throughout this World Cup. Just caressing that one, letting the ball come into it and just leaning onto it, beating the infield. Beautiful position and picking the gaps with consummate ease.
37 or 47. And that's a beauty as well. What a shot. He's decided to finish this quickly. Aravinda De Silva is playing a gem of an innings. After all those years battling away, this is going to be the big prize for them.
What glorious batsmanship. One on the offside and then repeating a similar shot on the onside. Just picking the gaps with beautiful placement. Leaning onto it, letting the ball come into him, and just giving the fielders absolutely no chance at all.
That was lovely timing and beautiful placement. Well, they really are on track now. 33 runs off 46 balls. Whacked away square on the leg side, all the way along the ground. There's a sweeper back there, so just one.
That's De Silva in all his glory. Absolutely brilliant batsmanship.
So just a single there off the third ball. And so 3 more to go. 2 lovely drives. 32 runs of 45 balls for the World Cup. What an innings this has been. 93 not out he is. Leg byes.
What a fine cup final this has been for Aravinda De Silva, following up his extremely good bowling performance with absolutely brilliant innings. One of the finest innings played by him in recent times.
Well, they've got the feeling now, haven't they? They really are getting ready to celebrate this victory. Australia are going to have to pull something out of the bag, something extraordinary out of the bag. They're going to reverse this trend now. 31 runs of 44 balls.
He's hardly played a faulty stroke. Every ball hitting the meat of the bat, and he certainly is carrying a heavy one.
The over, so that makes it a good one for Sri Lanka. 11 runs off that over, 212 for 3. And I think these two probably realise it too, and they're not going to take any chances.
Well, absolutely no reason to take chances. The runs are coming through now in the previous over, those boundaries. Now it's time to allow a few dot balls without feeling the pressure.
Well, they've had their lows in the World Cup, Sri Lanka. Have a look at those matches from 75 to 92. 26 matches, lost 20. No result in 2, won only 4. That's good running, and then all of a sudden they come to the 1996 World Cup. And look at that. 5 matches, 5 wins. And of course 2 forfeits as well.
Well, everybody in the team has contributed, starting from the captain, Ranatunga. He's got his team together. And there's been Kaluvikarna, Jayasuriya who've given them those explosive starts. And then Lord Arvinda, Asanka Gurusena, they played their part.
Oh, he's got that away, and it looked to me as if Warren should have caught that one. His head went up. He got a hand on it, and it's gone for 4. He hit it back at him pretty firmly. Warren normally very good off his own bowling. Let's have another look at this one.
The Australian fielding in this match has certainly been below par. The Australians normally catch anything in the air, and I think this perhaps is an accurate indication of the kind of day the Australians have had on the field. A pretty simple catch, hard hit, all right, but these are the kind of catches that Warren would take 9 times out of 10.
Yes, that was through him before he even realised it. Full toss in the air. This is going to be over the top. Yes, over the top for 6. He smashed him away for 6. These Sri Lankans are giving the Aussies a real hiding. 223 for 3. Australia made 241. And they're now going to win this easy.
Well, the fielder had come in a few yards from the boundary ropes, and this is a difficult one to hit. The full toss above the waist. The one below the waist you can control, but the one coming above the waist is difficult to hit. But Ranatunga put everything into it, and it has sailed over that fielder at square leg for a 6.
Down the ground, it's in the air, over the top. It won't quite get down to the fence. McGraw hovering underneath it. They go back for 2. 13 runs off the over, and that's the end of Shane Warne. 225 for 3. So I think Shane Warne doesn't feel too good. You can see the look on his face. He's not enjoying this at all. No wicket for 58. An economy rate of 5.8. Glenn McGraw, who's got very tidy figures, is back into the attack now.
McGrath will have to pull out something extraordinary to stop Sri Lanka from winning from this position. He's got two very well set Sri Lankan batsmen also with tremendous experience, and batsmen now with a fierce desire to take their team to a historic win.
He smashed that for 4 over the top of the infield and into the fence it goes. Another 4 to Aravinda de Silva. 98 now.
Well, the Sri Lankans have known Aravinda can bat. They've also known that he's capable of chucking it all away. But this time he's played a calm, composed, a very purposeful innings. And having seen that the fielders were brought into the circle, nobody to cover the square leg boundary, he's hit that uppishly but safely.
Watchfully played this time. That one just pushed back down the pitch at McGrath. Yes, this World Cup started in pretty ordinary fashion for the Sri Lankans. All the news that the Australians weren't going to go down there, they forfeited that match. Then the West Indies followed suit. They decided not to go down there as well. And then slowly but surely their campaign got underway, and it's ended up right here. Because of the forfeits, Sri Lanka were always going to get through to the quarterfinals. Mind you, they'd have got through anyhow. That takes him to 99.
What an innings this has been. He's played 2 crucial innings for Sri Lanka. The one in the semi-finals against India, when 2 wickets had gone in the first over. And now over here, he's 1 short of what would be a tremendous 100. He has 100 in the competition in the group matches, but this is probably the most important 100 he's got.
Yes, Clive Lloyd scored 100 in a World Cup final. Over the top and just through the fingertips again. Well, they haven't quite managed to get those catches to hand. They've dropped a couple of dollies, and there have been a few that have gone through fingertips.
The luck not running with.
Lloyd has made 100 in a World Cup final. So has Viv Richards. And that's it. This is going to be the 3rd. Oh, beautifully played. That's a great century. A great century made when the chips were down by a fantastic batsman. And that really does tell the story.
And just when one would have thought that he would get 100 with a bludgeoning shot, he has played as delicate a shot as one could imagine. Aravinda de Silva getting to that century with as fine a leg glance as one could hope to see. And what an innings this has been. Brilliant.
And that didn't bounce very much. Low outside off stump and wide given. So they're almost there. What a fairy tale this is turning out to be. 45.1 overs and they only need 5 runs. They've dished out the Aussies, the biggest hiding they've had for a while. The Australians will be feeling very ordinary. Mark Taylor, who's captain of this side so well, just cannot stop these Sri Lankans. That's well fielded.
Well, the Australians are still not going to make it easy for the Sri Lankans. A bit of a rueful smile on the face of Mark Taylor. He knows that if the catches had been held, it might have been a different story. But then the Sri Lankans have been a very determined lot. They have a pretty long batting lineup.
Straight back to the bowler. He's just thinking back to the road to the final. They got through without any trouble at all. Through the field, that'll go all the way too. A magnificent shot, all the way to the fence, through the covers. Well, they've taken that to 241 now for 3, so the scores are level. They need one more run to win this World Cup. A little chat between the short period of time, and here they are now taking away the ultimate one-day trophy. And they've done it with plenty of time to spare. So the captain just checking his guard. One ball could do this. The scores are level. So Glenn McGrath is coming round the wicket. All the Australians are in, saving one, bar the fine leg fieldsman. This is McGrath to Ranatunga.
Arjuna Ranatunga a few years ago was in some strife with the Sri Lankan Cricket Board authorities, but he's come back very well after that. And celebrations already beginning. All the other Sri Lankan players out onto the boundary area.
That's it, all the way to the boundary for 4. What a victory for the Sri Lankans. A fantastic effort by them. Their players are charging out onto the ground. The Aussies shaking them by the hand. Little Murali Dharanin's arrived. What a year it's been for him. Distraught at one end of his season, and here he is now in the winning team. They've taken out the World Cup.
And what a moment. Sri Lanka, world cricket champions. It is a moment that they have been waiting for years, ever since they got test status. This is the moment that they have been waiting for. They have tremendous plans. They want to make Sri Lanka a test champion as well by the year 2000. And by winning the World Cup in a limited overs competition, they have taken the steps in the right direction. And there is that man, the man who made it possible, Arvinda De Silva, with that brilliant century. The Sri Lankan flags flying high, and why not? It's a great moment. And there's the captain again. As I said, he was under some strife some years ago, but he's come back strongly. He's led the team well. He's got the boys behind him, and the rewards of success are there.
Yes, well, this is a little fairy tale. The thing I like about these guys is not only do they win, but they win in great style. They play the sort of cricket people want to watch. It's only a small place, the Emerald Isle. And you can see, I think, that the captain is caught up in the emotion of it all. What a great effort this has been, and what a moment for Sri Lankan cricket. They're trying to wrap him in Sri Lankan flags at the moment. The bands are playing. The crowd to a man are cheering these Sri Lankans. And Aravinda, who's played 2 brilliant knocks, and that's Mahanama with him there. And spare a thought for the other side. The Australians have had a tough day today. They really have been whipped, and it's not a good feeling. Around the ground, I think that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to thank this Pakistan public for their support here today, and they have been very good indeed. The crowd here have been wonderful today. So there we are, the Australians, having lost the toss, were asked to bat first. They had their 50 overs, 241 for 7, and the top score there by Mark Taylor. Played very well, good partnership with Ricky Ponting and Stuart Law making 22. Michael Bevan also chipped in, not out 36 down the order. And unfortunately one has to say that they looked as if they were going to score somewhere around about 300 and didn't quite make enough. Those are the bowling figures, and they look pretty good to me. The off-spinners doing very well there. Dharamasena, Jaya, Surya and De Silva all bowling very well, and Murali Dhiran as well, 1 for 31. So they could be very proud of their performance in the field. I think that's really what set this victory up, and really when it came to batting, it really was a coast for them. They ended up with 245 for 3, and have a look at Aravinda De Silva. They're not out 107 following his brilliant 66 in the semi-final, and of course out there with Ranatunga as well on 47. The two of them not out, and they managed to get the required runs. From Australia's point of view, those are the figures. McGrath was very economical. Fleming was a little expensive early on, although he got a wicket. Warren couldn't get a wicket, went for 58, and Rifle got 1 for 49. So a great performance this by the Sri Lankans. They've got a lot of supporters up here, most of whom are on the ground now. They've got flags. There's dancing out on the centre at the moment by all and sundry, and this is no doubt taking place down in Colombo as well, where there's no doubt been a huge television audience. So with these scenes developing here at Gaddafi Stadium, and very peaceful they are too. The teams are in the dressing rooms with that cup, and all that remains to be done is to congratulate the Sri Lankans for a superb performance in this World Cup. We hope you've enjoyed our telecast, and we look forward to your company at some future date when watching the cricket. A bit difficult for anyone to get through all the crowds there to get onto the stage. Well, that's this incredible scene here at the Gaddafi Stadium. The lights are blazing. Everyone in the stadium are on their feet, watching and waiting for the moment that the captain of Sri Lanka gets his flag and raises it sky high, and that's their #1 supporter. He's been all around the world with them this year, went to every single match that they played in Australia, and never stopped running around the ground every time there was a 4 or a 6 hit. I don't think there's anyone in Sri Lanka who doesn't know him. Yes, I think that tells a story. And he always wears his white cricket gear as well. Well, the bands are playing. And have a look at them. They've remained for a man, to a man. Well, they're the cameramen with the Sri Lankan team, and I think they're trying to get them a little closer to to the stage. And what's more, they've only just got this game in time. It's now beginning to pour with rain. Well, there was a thunderstorm last night between 3 and 4 a.m. The rain has stayed away all day, and it's waited till 5 minutes after the World Cup has been won. Well, there he is, Guru Singh. He played an important role today as well. Dalamasina did some bowling. And there's little Murali Dhiran. Didn't he do well? Chaminda Vas. He's been a tremendous bowler for them. That's Dav Watmore. His family will be watching this in Australia. He's been a great help to this Sri Lankan side. He's their coach. So Ian Chappell has got himself all prepared. Let's go down to him now for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Tony. Well, for this Wills presentation ceremony, I'm going to call upon firstly the chairman of ITC, Mr. Devashawa, and he's going to firstly present a cheque for £20,000 to the losing captain, Mark Taylor. If you'd like to fight your way up here, Mark. Can I just...
Should I just...
Mark, excuse me, just 1 second. Mark, yeah, just bad luck. Just not enough runs, I guess, in the end.
Oh, yeah, a bit of both. I think we were just outplayed. I thought Arjuna's men played very well. They had a good game plan. We got off to a good start, which we don't always do against Sri Lanka, but they pegged us back well. They stuck to their game plan with the bowling and held their catches, which we didn't do, so they deserved their win.
Yes, that was rare, wasn't it, for Australians to drop a few catches?
Yeah, we seem to have a bad run with our hands in Pakistan. We can't seem to hang on to them over here, but no, so we were outplayed today and they deserved winners.
All right, well, thanks for the part that you and your team have played in the tournament.
Thank you, Ian. Enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Well, there's the losing captain of Australia, Mark Taylor. Now to present the award for the man of the match. We also call upon the chairman of ITC, Mr. Devashawa, to present £5,000 and a trophy to the man of the match, who is Aravinda de Silva. Aravinda. Yeah. Coming through here. Aravinda, well done. Aravinda, there is a check over the back here, mate. You won't get over there. Congratulations, that's a fabulous innings.
Thanks very much, Ian.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And some wickets to go with it. It's been a really memorable match for you.
Yeah, I think the boys who worked really hard right through the tournament, and I think it was my duty this time for the seniors to perform because it was an important game, the finals. And I think the seniors took their responsibility to the shoulders and performed very well, and the boys deserve a good win.
I don't think I've ever seen you work so hard at an innings. You're a bit tired now?
I know. I think it was a very, very special occasion, and I think I needed to concentrate a lot, and I preserved everything for this occasion.
Okay, congratulations, a magnificent effort. There's a trophy over the back here somewhere if you'd like to come through. Congratulations there to Aravinda de Silva. Now there is a special award, and this is going to the player of the tournament. Now, the player of the tournament? Yeah, the trophy. Who is the player of the tournament? Jayasuriya. Sanat Jayasuriya, if he'd like to come forward, please. Special trophy for player of the tournament. Come through, Sanat. Congratulations. You must have really enjoyed the whole tournament.
Yeah, I have been batting and bowling well. I thought myself and the ball, I must thank the boys for giving 100% support.
Okay.
Thank you for them.
Okay, congratulations. There's a trophy there for you. Okay, now I would like to call upon the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mrs. Benazir Bhutto, and she is going to present the winning cheque for £30,000 and the trophy to Arjuna Ranatunga. Arjuna. Prime Minister, would like to go through. Arjuna, congratulations on a magnificent victory.
Thanks a lot, Ian. I think the boys played really well right throughout the tournament.
You had it in mind right from the start. You said all along that you wanted to have another crack at Australia. You've got your way, and you guys fought very hard.
I thought the boys played really well. I think I should thank the Pakistan public. I think they were really behind us right throughout the game. And I should thank Asa and Wasim. They are the ones who brought the side to Colombo when we were in trouble. And thanks a lot, Wasim and Asa. And we are very grateful to you. And thanks a lot back in Sri Lanka. I think everyone contributed a lot. Thanks a lot.
There'll be and I can tell you, Arjuna, there's a special award in there, $100,000 US for Sri Lanka for winning.
Yeah, I think the boys deserve that very well.
You might be able to spend it on the celebrations, eh?
You never know.
Okay, well, that's all from the Wills presentation ceremony. A very, very happy Sri Lankan crowd. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you, Ian. Have a look at that trophy. The World Cup in the hands of a very proud captain. Boy, will he have a party tonight with these colleagues. They've had a fantastic World Cup after a tough start. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Benazir Bhutto, having a little chat to him out there just before he disappears into the dressing room. So a great moment, this in cricket history. I think they all want him to get that cup up again, so all those photographers. So with the rain falling down in the centre, the captain has got the trophy, and I think he'll go and join his team in a moment, and they'll do a lap of honour, and they'll get a huge cheer from these people here at the Gaddafi Stadium. They've supported this Pakistan side, this Sri Lankan side this evening, and you heard Arjuna thanking them very much for their support. Well, that's the rest of the team there with the Sri Lankan flag. So the players have got it at last. Guru Singh has just got hold of it, and this will be the lap of honour now. They've all got their hands on it. It's the one they've been after, and they've got it. That certainly is happiness. Well, slowly but surely they'll move away, and I'm sure take that trophy around this ground for the lap of honour. All they've got to do is get out of the crowd, first of all. Have a look at him. That's their #1 fan there. He can't wait to get his hands on that. In fact, he's taken over. He's got it all to himself. There are that many photographers out there, it's impossible for them to get moving. So they'd love to do their lap of honour, but unfortunately they're absolutely engulfed with people. And what a great performance by the Sri Lankans. And they're starting to move now. The cloud beginning to give them a hand. In fact, more of them coming onto the ground. Because I don't like their chances of getting right around unless they keep going while they're moving. We've got a bit of a break in the fence, and I think half the crowd now comes out of the ground, so unfortunately this is all going to come to a grinding halt, I reckon. So what incredible scenes. The Sri Lankan team, I think they've decided that there's no way they can get around, so they're going to have to make their way back to the dressing room. That cup's getting some treatment. Well, the cameras, the captain's got the cup. That's the important thing, and he's, it seems to me, heading for the dressing room.